Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first virtual meeting of the FCC's Advisory Committee on Diversity and Digital Empowerment. This is Michelle Carey, Media Bureau Chief from the FCC. I want to thank everyone for their flexibility, particularly the members of the committee, as you continue your participation despite the unusual circumstances. You all have truly not skipped a beat. As Jamila and I were discussing last night, we are truly fortunate to have such prominent industry leaders, such as all of you, willing to devote your time to this committee. So a big thank you to each of you, as well as your fearless leaders, Anna Gomez and Heather Gate. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Chairman Pai and turn the floor over to him for his remarks. Chairman Pai.
Well, thanks so much, Michelle, for that introduction, and thanks to everybody for being on the call. Welcome to the April 28th meeting of the SEC's Advisory Committee for Diversity and Digital Empowerment. Needless to say, I wish that I could be with you in person today. In fact, frankly, I never thought I would find myself longing to be in the Commission meeting room, but here we are. I'm grateful at least that technology enables us to be together over the phone. Obviously, as Michelle hinted, the COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically altered our operations at the Commission, as I'm sure they have at each of your organizations. But disruption doesn't mean delay, and that's certainly been true for the FCC over the last few weeks, and I'm pleased to hear today for the ACDDE. The working groups have been nimble in their planning, and it seems to me the committee hasn't missed a beat, continuing with the longstanding plan to hold this meeting today, which I really appreciate. Moreover, the committee's work has quickly adapted to our new circumstances, and is taking into consideration how the pandemic has impacted the working group's goals and objectives. And I can't express personally how much I appreciate that you've continued to drive our important work forward, even while each of you is undoubtedly dealing with significant challenges in your personal and professional lives, just like we are. So thank you so much for all your hard work. I hope that everyone is staying safe, and if you have any tips on how to keep some young kids focused and streaming options in the evening for parents, let me know, although that's more on a personal note than a professional one. Special thanks are due to the leadership of the Advisory Committee, of course, our august chair, ACDDE Chair Anna Gomez of Wiley Ryan, who's representing the Hispanic National Bar Association, and Heather Gate of Connected Nation, who is our vice chair. We would not be where we are today without Anna's and Heather's outstanding work, and I thank these two fantastic leaders for their efforts. Today's meeting is pretty significant because each working group is presenting its work stream planning for the next 16 months until the end of the committee's current charter in July of 2021. And I'm excited to see what this new panel of ACDDE members will address in the areas of diversity and inclusion, access to capital, tech employment, and access to next generation technology. Thanks to some very able spies, I've gotten a preview of the reports from each working group, and I'm excited to see ambitious planning for symposia and meetings and reports by each of the respective groups. I'll start with the first group very briefly. Rudy Briochet of Comcast is the new chair of the Digital Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group, and his team is going to focus on the impact of the pandemic on broadband adoption, including in the areas of education, employment training, and broadband literacy. I don't want to steal Rudy's thunder with his great reports. I'll just say that the working group's proposals are very much in harmony with our goals here at the Commission for universal deployment of broadband in all communities and neighborhoods, regardless of economic status or whether you're urban or rural. So, Rudy, we look forward to hearing the specifics of your report. Next, Caroline Beasley of the Beasley Media Group is the chair of our newest working group, Access to Capital. This working group is the natural outgrowth of the great work of its predecessor working group, the Broadcast Diversity and Development Working Group, which did a lot of good work highlighting the need for new and small broadcasters to gain access to capital in order to obtain and maintain a foothold in the broadcast business. And so accordingly, we've charged Carolyn and her working group to study new business models and innovative content and services that will potentially generate the revenue needed to sustain broadcast operations in today's market. And that task is increasingly important. As I've heard personally over the last several weeks from a number of broadcasters, particularly on the radio side, that financial difficulties are mounting in the current situation. And so I look forward to hearing your report today, Carolyn, as you lay out your ambitious agenda for the coming months that will develop recommendations on how to improve access to capital in order to encourage management and ownership of broadcast properties by a diverse range of voices, including minorities and women. And by the way, a brief coda on diversity in broadcasting. Since we last gathered, the Department of Justice filed a petition with the Supreme Court seeking to reinstate the Broadcast Incubator Program. I fully support this petition, partly because I believe the incubator program could be an important gateway for minorities and other historically disadvantaged communities seeking to get opportunity in the broadcast business. So stay tuned on that front. Last but not least, the Diversity in Tech Working Group under its new chair, Dr. Nicole Turner-Lee of the Brookings Institution, will help us think more strategically about how to address the underemployment and lack of promotion opportunities for women and minorities in the tech sector. I look forward to hearing the working group's proposals on a comprehensive range of approaches that businesses could use to address these issues. Even in the challenging pandemic environment we're in, there's still a wealth of creativity and innovation evolving in the tech sector. In fact, I've seen reports that some of these companies are still hiring aggressively in this current situation. And so we hope that Dr. Turner-Lee's working group will bring new insight into how women and minorities can engage more fully in this dynamic industry sector. We certainly ask that you all bring us your best ideas and recommendations on how we can advance this goal. And so I want to reiterate my sincere appreciation to each of the ACDDE members and working group participants for volunteering their time and energy, particularly in light of all that's happening in the world. I know if you're like me, you're dealing with childcare and remote learning on the fly. You might be worrying about older relatives. You might be dealing with the stress of not being able to see friends and extended community. And so I know that there's a lot on your plates. And so I really want to thank you for supporting us in this important effort. Gratitude again to the chair, Anna Gomez, and to the vice chair, Kate, for all of their leadership. And let me take this chance to also thank our terrific Media Bureau team. Michelle Carey, the Bureau Chief who you just heard, Sarah Whitesell, the Deputy Bureau Chief, Brendan Holland, the Chief of the Industry Analysis Division, Jamila Best-Johnson, the Designated Federal Officer, Julie Saulnier, the Deputy Designated Federal Officer, and Jamila Kadre, the Deputy Designated Federal Officer. Also, I want to thank the Extended Media Bureau staff who worked so hard to coordinate these meetings and events, and a huge thanks to the great staff of the Commission meeting room, Jeff Reardon and others in OMR, as well as the FCC IT team, without whom we couldn't host these events, particularly in today's virtual format. And so I apologize for droning on so long, but I do hope that all of you continue to stay safe, keep up the great work, and I hope you have a terrific meeting today. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Pai, for your remarks, and thank you for your participation today. We have a slight schedule change. Commissioner Carr will actually be giving his remarks right after the lunch break. So next, we are turning to Commissioner Starks.
Well, yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Michelle. Honored to be here, obviously speaking with such a distinguished group of leaders, influencers, and this committee has clearly been charged with a broad and deep agenda, and that is something that I believe in, and that's to engage with the Commission on how to empower disadvantaged communities, how to accelerate small minority-owned, women-owned businesses into industries where they traditionally have not been and had a significant foothold. That's traditional media, that's digital news, that's programming, and how to ensure that these disadvantaged communities are not denied the wide range of opportunities made possible by broadband connectivity. And so many of you truly are on the front lines individually addressing these and related issues on a daily basis. And we at the Commission deeply appreciate you and lending your time, your knowledge, your expertise to our efforts to better achieve equal opportunity for all Americans as we move forward towards a more diverse nation. And, as the chairman said, I'm sure all of you, much like me, are adjusting to working, communicating, meeting with folks remotely, as we all must do to stay healthy and to protect each other. But I am thankful for the technology that allows us to carry on the significant work of this agency, this committee. Thank you so much to the staff and for the Media Bureau setting this up. And the importance of all of this may just now be coming into full focus, obviously because of the challenges that are presented before all of us with COVID-19 and the pandemic. And I have to say, of course, what I miss the most is people. The everyday, the face-to-face contact, and certainly wish, and there will be a time where we can all get together and celebrate being on the other side of this challenging time. But I also miss going into small towns and big cities and meeting with people, hearing their narratives, hearing their stories about how technology and what we do at the Commission impacts them, makes a difference in their lives. And of course, for folks that tell us that they don't have the connectivity that they need, how that's affecting them. And so I'm reminded of a trip that I took recently in February to Albany, Georgia, which has been identified as one of the COVID hotspots, one of the hardest hit areas in the state and actually in the country relative for its population, about 91,000 folks, but they've had over 1,400 positive tests for coronavirus, 107 deaths, and that's more than Atlanta's Fulton County, which has a population of nearly 1 million. And I didn't know at the time, obviously in February, that I was, that they would be where they are today, and folks in Albany experiencing a connectivity divide that most of us on this call obviously will never have to deal with, which is why I was going there in particular. And so on my Southern tour, more generally, I was focused on a lot of these individuals. School children lack connectivity at home in their schools, family without the ability to search for jobs, access benefits, and the hardships that those cause. And so 2 months later, here reflecting on it, there's an acute need for us to focus on as much connectivity and basic survival for these businesses as well as individuals. And small businesses oftentimes operate without a plan B if they have to close shop for even just a few days. And so before our cities and towns started closing down and social distancing, I called for the FCC to enact a connectivity stimulus to see Americans through the coronavirus, power our economy. And I knew then that sheltering in place mandates would mean increased dependency on broadband to support our everyday activities, including work, school, entertainment. And for the first time ever in responding to an emergency pandemic, Americans are relying extensively on the internet for an indeterminate amount of time. And so when public health requires social distancing and quarantine, the closing of the digital divide becomes central to our collective safety, our economic security. And some local newspapers and broadcast stations that provide crucial localized services and information are also struggling to keep operating. Several weeks ago, we started hearing stories about how advertising dollars for newspapers and broadcasters were drying up as more public events were postponed and canceled, and companies became, in general, more reluctant to spend their dwindling revenues on ads. And so I do, I suspect and have read how some of these smaller operators and businesses are owned by people of color and by women. And some of those folks already operating on a budget with no margin for error, and some of those are going to have a hard time recovering. Congress is paying attention, taking action with programs and funding like the CARES Act, the Paycheck Protection Program, targeted towards small businesses that may help some of these companies. But we're all reading about the process roadblocks, red tape, that keep many from getting relief right now, and they need it to keep operating. And so as regulators, we can help by easing some of these burdens, I think, from the COVID-19 pandemic. Recent action by the Media Bureau has done that, granting flexibility to broadcast TV stations, waiving sponsorship ID requirements for COVID-related PSAs to air on donated airtime slots, easing some of the restrictions on shared local programming. And so as your working groups present their reports today, I do look forward to hearing your collective thoughts on how the stakes have changed due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the Access to Working Capital group. You certainly have, your work cut out for you. Moving the needle on broadcast ownership has never been easy, but we have to keep pushing. And I hope that your report, your recommendations, your further deliberations address how we can respond to what will be a disparate impact, I believe, on people of color and women trying to become broadcasters. And now more than ever about finding capital and other resources to get into the broadcasting game. And for the precious few who are already broadcast owners, how do we ensure that those folks stay in the game as they face these new economic challenges? For the Digital Empowerment Inclusion Working Group, I hope you will consider the ways in which the FCC can use its authority to create a connectivity stimulus that will get every student connected to robust broadband, provide them with a device that will ensure their ability to keep learning. And then finally, on that front, I'm proud to announce right here that I'm going to be hosting a virtual conversation with a number of HBCU presidents next week on May 4th to discuss how the transition to online learning has impacted their students and their ability to continue learning, innovating. And so with this discussion with a number of HBCU presidents, I do look forward to hearing how those universities are rising to the occasion, connecting students without broadband access, getting devices into their hands, laptops, tablets, and how they can compete and continue to complete their assignments. And HBCUs hold a unique position in this country. It's important that these next generation of leaders have all the tools necessary to succeed. And connectivity, of course, does not end with our students. I hope you'll explore ways to ensure that every household and small business gets connected. And we know that internet inequality is persistent, in particular with a disproportionate impact on low-income Americans, communities of color, not unlike the COVID-19 infections generally. Universal connectivity is the key. And then finally, for the Diversity and Tech Sector Working Group, I hope you'll examine whether there will be new opportunities to steer those displaced from their jobs in the sector who may not fully rebound, especially women and people of color, into jobs in the tech sector. With 26.5 million unemployment claims filed over 5 weeks, it will be challenging to get people employed in many of these sectors. And so thinking around the corner, what does that mean for the future of work? And can our newly heightened dependence on broadband ultimately offer a broader career path in the tech sector? And final note, these issues of broadband and the contributions of this committee really are critical. Need you to focus and continue focusing on connectivity issues. We know that broadcast is still the gold standard, but it is undeniable that the internet is a powerful outlet. Coming out of this pandemic, consider whether there should be a focus on the internet with low barriers to entry as an equalizer that can allow more diverse voices to bypass traditional gatekeepers, allow more diversity to be in front and behind the camera. Thank you all for your hard work, for your continuing contributions, and please stay healthy and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Starks. We appreciate your participation today. Next, I'd like to recognize the tireless work of our designated federal officer, Jamila Bess Johnson, and her deputies, Julie Saunier and Jamil Kadre. This meeting certainly would not be taking place today were it not for the efforts of all of these ladies. So I would like to turn over the floor to Jamila Bess Johnson.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, Michelle, Chairman Pai, Commissioner Starks, ACDDE members, FCC staff, and all those who are joining this meeting by online streaming. This is the second meeting of the ACDDE under its 2019 charter and our first ever virtual meeting. The chairs and the working groups have spent considerable time and effort developing comprehensive plans to address media diversity and digital empowerment. We look forward to their reports. I'd like now to introduce another member of the FCC team, Julie Saunier, Deputy Designated Federal Officer, for her remarks. Julie?
Good morning, everyone. This is Julie Saunier. I just want to say briefly that I have really enjoyed the energy of this group. Having been on many, many conference calls, I'm so impressed with the dedication and the passion of everyone on this call for the work that we're doing. And I'm happy to see us all coming together at this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. We'd also like to hear at this time from our Deputy Designated Federal Officer, Jamil Kadre. Jamil?
Good morning, everyone. This is Jamil Kadre. First, a quick logistical reminder in light of our electronic meeting. As always, members of the public may submit any questions that arise during the meeting to livequestions@fcc.gov. With that out of the way, to all of you on the phone and anyone joining us online, I hope you're well and staying safe and in good spirits. Thank you and congratulations to Anna, Heather, our working group chairs, subgroup leads, committee members, and working group members on the impressive work you've done to date. As everyone will see in your reports today, your work plans are thoughtful, thorough, and balance long-term goals with meeting the challenges of the present moment. It's been a real pleasure, as Julie said, to assist you in your endeavors, and I am very much looking forward to your continued work and to seeing you all in person when it's once again safe to do so. I'd also like to thank my colleagues at the FCC, especially Jamila and my fellow Deputy DFO, Julie, and all of our colleagues for the work that's gone into pulling this meeting together and transitioning smoothly to a virtual format today. So thank you.
Thank you, Jamil. And at this time, we will now turn the meeting over to our chair, ACDDE Chair, Anna Gomez, to officially begin the meeting. Good morning, Anna.
Good morning, Jamila. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to say, I repeat the wishes that everyone is staying healthy and safe. And second, I'd like to thank Chairman Pai, Commissioner Starks, Michelle, and as we lovingly call them, the 3 J's, for giving us their remarks. We very much appreciate your support and all that you have done to ensure that we can continue the important work of this committee. Because we have to acknowledge that we're in the midst of difficult and frankly strange times in the midst of this pandemic. We are all working from home, or many of us are working from home along with our families, and we are relying on communications for work, for school, for information, for social contact. But what this pandemic has made clear is the importance of communications, as well. It also has laid bare the terrible effect that disparities of access have had on our communities. It also highlights the importance of the work that we're doing, whether it's ensuring that everyone has access to high-speed broadband, or that broadcasters have access to capital so that they can continue to provide the local content on which their communities rely, or to ensure that even with the pandemic, our tech sector reflects a diverse and inclusive workforce. Our FCC support, the working groups, Heather, have had numerous conversations to ensure that as we move forward with our work plans, we keep in mind how our work will need to be altered due to this pandemic. From a practical perspective, we've already seen one effect in that we've had to postpone some of our planned workshops. From a substantive perspective, however, we've also needed to shift some of our planned discussions. Now, you'll be hearing our 3 working groups' work plans. And I can tell you that they have been very hard at work to fulfill the committee's mission. I've been highly impressed with the working group chair's leadership and grateful to everyone for their passion and their dedication. Finally, I'm going to say thank you again to our intrepid 3 J's, Jamila Best-Johnson, Jamil Kadre, and Julie Saunier, for their guidance, support, and more importantly, patience as they guide us through this different process to get to achieving our goals. Heather, would you like to make some opening remarks?
Yes, thank you, Anna. Thank you, Chairman Pai, Commissioner Starks, fellow committee members, commission staff, and members of the public. I'm very honored to join you today. When we began this journey a few months ago, we could not have imagined that we would find ourselves in the middle of a global pandemic. And since I was not able to attend the first meeting in person, I was really looking forward to meeting you all, some of you for the first time in person. But here we are doing the best we can in our personal and professional lives, using the technologies that we advocate to keep moving along and not missing a beat. But what has been most heartening to me is seeing people, organizations, government entities step up to the challenge of ensuring that those in disadvantaged and more historically disenfranchised communities have access to resources that they need to keep going. Chairman Pai's Keep America Connected pledge and the hundreds of providers that have responded to that call are keeping families that are impacted by these disruptions going. And also the providers that have gone above and beyond the pledge to extend and make enhancements to low-cost programs so that they're more accessible to more people in those communities. I also want to acknowledge many organizations that are represented in this committee that have been working tirelessly to ensure that communities are well informed about the crisis, and the organizations that continue to facilitate the tough conversations that we need to have about the challenges that we face in disadvantaged communities and the opportunities for us to bring about some solutions. If there's one thing we know, it's that in times of crisis and natural disaster, it is the disenfranchised communities that will suffer the most and will have the steepest climb to recovery. Therefore, our role as a community that is tasked with making recommendations to the FCC on ensuring that disadvantaged communities are not left behind by the digital divide, by the challenges of broadcast ownership, and empowering small women and minority-led businesses matter more than ever. And this is why I'm extremely heartened by all the committee members that, despite personal and professional challenges, show up to the meetings. They share ideas. They've helped to develop these wonderful work plans that we will be learning about today. And to end, I would like to thank our designated federal officers, as Anna said, the 3 Js, Jamila Best-Johnson, and the deputies, Julie, Sonia, and Jamil Kadre. Thank you for keeping us on task and keeping everything moving. I'd like to thank the committee members once again for showing up and working hard on a volunteer basis, despite having the various personal and professional challenges. And lastly, but not least, I'd like to thank my chair, Anna, for her leadership. It is such a pleasure to work with you. I will follow you anywhere and be your deputy for the rest of my life. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. I will follow you anywhere, too. All right. Well, with that, I'd like to formally call this meeting to order. So first, we'll begin by taking the roll call. As I call your name, please unmute your phone and let us know that you are on. Raul Alessandro. Raul, are you on? Susan Allen. Present. Caroline Beasley. Here. If folks could unmute their phone until they are ready to announce they're here. Cindy Benavides.
Here.
Laura Baracall.
Hello. Here.
Maria Brennan.
Here.
Rudy Bruchet.
Here.
Corrine Contractor.
Marine contractors here.
Skip Dillard.
Here.
Michelle Duke.
Here.
Deborah Elam.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Marita Coley.
Here.
Lori Hall. Rashidi Hendricks,
Here.
David Honig,
Here.
Dr. Johnson,
Good morning. Here.
Sherman Sigart, Nicole Cernerly,
I'm here.
Roy Littman,
Present.
Juwan McCoy,
Here.
Clint Odom,
Here.
John Perryman,
Here.
Henry Rivera,
Here.
Stephen Roberts,
Steve is here.
Alfredo
Excuse me for interrupting, ma'am. This is Raul Alarcon. I went to say here and I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. I'm present.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Alfredo Rodriguez, Brian Scarpelli,
Brian may not be on the line, but Alex McCrath, his alternate, is on the line.
thank you. Dr. Shukla,
Yes, here.
Marie Sula,
Hi, good morning. Marie is not on the line. Shelley Blakeney, her alternate, is on the line for T-Mobile. Thank you.
thank you. S. Janelle Trigg,
Good morning. Present.
good morning. James Winston
Here.
and Christopher Wood.
Here.
Did I miss anybody?
I didn't hear my name, but this is Rosa Mendoza with Alvanza.
And
Milton Clipper.
and Fallon Wilson.
And good morning.
Amina Huja, I'm here.
Good morning. Good morning. Felicia West is here.
All right. Thank you all. Okay, so now we will turn to our working group. Wow, this is amazing. We're actually right on schedule. To our working group presentations. Rudy Brioche will lead our first working group presentation, and we'll discuss the digital empowerment and inclusion work plan. We will hold off on questions and comments until the end of the full working group presentation. So if you could hold off until then. And just a reminder, keep your phone on mute if you are not speaking. And if you would like to make comments, please let us know either by raising your hand or by sending us a chat. And I will, I guess, call on you during the comment period. So Rudy, please go ahead.
Well, great. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to present the work of the committee. Just a word of, I guess, personal privilege. Today the presentation that we make is really based on the work efforts of a lot of people, but we are really very much standing on the work of the prior iterations of this working group. This working group, the Digital Empowerment, Inclusion and Empowerment Working Group, has done incredible work over its life within the Diversity Committee. I do have to make a note of a privilege of leadership that we've had in the past through Heather Gates. Anna Gomez was also a member of this working group in this prior iteration. Nicole Turner-Lee has been a part of that. So it's pretty clear that this working group not only produces in the past outstanding work, but also leaders that then go on to lead the broader effort. This year and this iteration is no different. We continue to take advantage of the insight of Janelle Trigg, Susan Allen, Laura, a number of people, as you all can see, on this particular slide here. So can we turn to the slide, to the next slide, please? So we continue to build on just the great work. And this year we do continue to have just a cross-section of individuals coming from corporate, civil society, local government, all bringing that insight. And the benefit of having these different perspectives is that not only do we clash, which is part of the process, we also reach consensus and find areas where we can make maximum impact. We look for areas in which that we can add to the broader policy discussion, so we're not looking to simply trench the same areas that have been talked about over and over again. We're looking for areas that we could actually add some meaningful policy insight. To look for areas where we can point to the FCC and say this is an area where we could actually continue to fulfill the goals and ambition of not just broadband, but all digital technologies that we have here that we are actually blessed to have. And during this COVID pandemic, it really shows even more so while the benefits of broadband and advanced digital communication is one should not be limited to just a certain class of individuals, but to the extent that it could actually reach every single corner of the globe, every corner of the United States, reach every individual, no matter where they are, whether they're in an urban setting, they're in the suburbs, or they're in rural America, in a tribal setting, or Appalachia. Everyone has it, because the more people it reach, the more people who can take benefit of it, the stronger and the more powerful that tool becomes. So that's our goal, that's our ambition of broader digital inclusion and empowerment, and our working group membership really reflects that by having that cross-section of perspective. Next slide, please. Our goals broadly stated, and these are goals that are not new, goals that we've had before, again, building on the work we've done in prior iterations, is to first identify these barriers to adoption, of deployment and use. We previously had 3 working groups that focused on broadband, and we identified these are groups by having a group that focused on deployment, access issues, a separate one that dealt with adoption and then use. What we found is that a lot of our time and effort focused on the deployment issues, because the deployment issues are clearly one of the main drivers of this discussion. And indeed, over the past several weeks alone, there's been countless workshops, discussions, various commissioners, both the chairman and other commissioners have been part of discussions. Nicole Turner-Lee has hosted at least 2 of those. And Nicole, you could also give a shout out for your upcoming book as well when you get the microphone. But these are areas and these are issues that continues to really drive and capture the ideas and the thoughts of a lot of policymakers and concerned citizens across the board. What we found is that because deployment is an area that is really, again, a key driver, one area that we haven't spent much time on, and that is adoption and use. While we had a workshop, and we've had, not a workshop, sorry, we did have a work stream previously on adoption and use. Because of the saliency of the deployment issue, we weren't able to, to provide that sense of attention to adoption and use. So we are focusing on that in this iteration. That does require a certain amount of discipline, a certain amount of kind of focus, But what COVID has actually done for us is actually showed us how adoption really becomes central to this discussion, where even individuals who may have it, the question is that if they may have access, how are they, and what are the issues that makes it relevant for them to be able to use it in a way that is meaningful, that is adding value to their lives, and not just broadband, because as we know, many people are home. We're using the phone, we're accessing Zoom, WebEx, Teams, you name it, across the board, distant learning. How are we interacting? And all that falls into the adoption and use category. So we're focusing on that, but we're also focusing on how does that impact particularly individuals in areas that are diverse, economically disadvantaged, and we will drill into that area even more so, because we're also looking to broaden our scope of communities, going beyond just the urban and rural setting, but actually getting a bit more specific. And then looking to develop mechanisms of how to ensure these diverse communities take advantage of these opportunities. And those opportunities are wide, from educational to economic opportunities, healthcare, civic participation. COVID has made these issues even much more salient than ever before. If we thought about them from a pure policy and esoteric perspective, I think in the past several weeks we've seen it in a very real sense. Even for us who have trouble getting Wi-Fi in every particular room that we have, can at least get a taste of how ensuring that not only do we have access to some broadband, but broadband that is that allows us to fully engage in all forms of our lives, and to adopt it in a way that is responsible, in a way that is effective. There are many partners that are involved in this process, so it's important for us to make sure that as we strive to achieve these goals of identifying the barriers and identifying and to develop mechanisms, we do it in the same spirit of the working group itself, and that is, it is diverse, it is broad, and we reach out for stakeholders across the board to make sure that we have the best ideas to contribute to our work effort. Next slide, please. Okay. So to drill deeper into these broad goals that we have, how do we then kind of break that out into subgroups? As I said previously, we had 3. This time we decided to focus on 2, and to really focus on, our charge, because we are the digital inclusion and empowerment. We interpret the word inclusion to mean, in this case, we're looking at broadband adoption and use. And as I said, it's actually broader than that. It really is about the human aspect. It's the human individuals who are actually adopting these services, broadband and other forms of advanced digital communications, to address the digital divide, to address any form of divide that exists, whether it's the homework gap, or it's a healthcare gap, it's an education gap, just across the board. And then, so by focusing in that area, we thought that adoption and use is a place for us to drill further in. But as we do that, we recognize that the deployment access is going to creep into that discussion as well. So we're not completely oblivious to those issues. We just want to make sure that we focus more on the adoption and use, because generally the discussion usually hinges towards the deployment discussions and not to the adoption. So we're really trying to be disciplined about that. And then when it comes to the empowerment piece, empowerment can be a lot of different things, whether it's civic participation or accessing jobs. In this case, we're defining it based on a key component of what the FCC does, and that is the ability to disseminate information to communication-related businesses and to vendors. The Office of Business Opportunity at the FCC is tailor-made for that. So for years, even back when I was at the FCC would host supplier diversity workshops. And these workshops have been very helpful for a lot of small businesses to get access to major firms to their procurement officers to get a sense of how that process works. Fortunately for us, we have subject matter experts who are part of that process. Susan Allen, for example, has been, that she's dedicated her life's work to that. So fortunately for us, we have that subject matter expert, along with a star legal talent in Janelle, to help us drill on how first to improve this storied institution at the FCC, and that is the Supplier Diversity Workshop. We did one previously, and now we're looking to come back and to not only actually showcase and to have an actual Supplier Diversity Workshop, but how do we actually improve upon it? And we think there are ways that we could actually help and to make a difference. I neglected to add that at least on the digital inclusion, the talent we have that's coming there are, that talent include subject matter expert in Hareen Contractor, who again has actually dedicated his, a bulk of his life's work on analyzing adoption use, throughout the country, particularly in vulnerable communities, bringing that expertise along with the skills sets of Laura from the corporate perspective, shows how the private sector in its partnerships with, whether it's with the government or with a civil society, the effectiveness of those partnerships. So we're looking to drill deeper into that space. And we think that I won't, steal the thunder here, but I think that the way we decided to approach it this time around is going to add some real value to our overall work effort, and we'll talk more about that. And then kind of in closing, before I kind of pass the floor over to our respective co-chairs, I want to discuss briefly about how COVID has really had an impact on the scope of work. And I give a lot of credit to Marie Silla from T-Mobile, who was the first person, the day one when we actually had our first call as we were going through this, really charged that we make sure that we internalize not just what's happening around us, but what is the effective response. The fact that you have a lot of companies who are really stepping up and doing great things. T-Mobile has an amazing laptop gig program. Verizon in its partnership with the LA School District. Comcast has Internet Essentials with its program, and a whole host of other companies. In fact, all companies, communication companies, technology companies, all stepping up in amazing ways and to contribute. And we ought to not just have these disparate programs out there, but as we continue our work here, have a sense of how is COVID having an impact on the work that we're doing. So we went back and we kind of just analyzed that further and recognized that in many ways COVID is actually really highlighting many disparities, many disadvantage that currently exist, and it's exacerbating it, and it's really bringing it to the forefront. We have to analyze that in a way that is meaningful, in a way that makes sense. One thing that we wanted to do, and I believe that we have this information highlighted on the website, and that is the ways in which both private sector and the FCC are making meaningful contributions to helping individuals go through this COVID pandemic that we're all experiencing. So the FCC, through its authorization by both its legal statutory authorization, but also just through the bully pulpit, what the FCC has been able to do. And so we have a link that would at least make sure that within this working group and within the committee as a whole, there is this single source, this single point of reference where we can go to identify that information that the FCC has been pulling out of throughout the several weeks. Links to some of the key companies who are involved in this working group in particular. But it's just a sample. We recognize that there are many companies, there are many firms that may be involved in access and those who are outside, all contributing in their ways. We wanted to make sure there's a single point of reference to that. So that's on the website. That's available for everyone to get access to. Beyond just providing that kind of information as a resource, we want to make sure that as we go through our process and we connect with public sector leaders, and that's elected officials, it's school administrators, librarians, make sure that we have a very good sense of, there's a sense of expectation. And that expectation is that given the fact that we have this pandemic and individuals are forced to work from home, to work remotely, to learn remotely, to access health care at times in remote ways, for us to ensure that since we're focusing on inclusion, there is a strong consideration of that reality into the work that we're doing. And we believe that we've actually struck the right focus because we're focusing on adoption. We have the best use case about how does one truly focus and adopt digital technologies at a point in time when you're actually forced to, when you have to, and yet how do you do it? How are companies able to marshal their resources to make life just easier for people? And what is civil society doing? We recognize that civil society is pretty broad and wide. We're focusing on libraries. We think libraries are unique. Time and time again in many of the workshops and many of the events that have happened over the past weeks, nearly everyone I've watched, and I've watched a number of them, at least half a dozen, libraries were mentioned every single time as important anchor institutions that place, whether rich, poor, or places that are experiencing serious hardship. Libraries continue to serve this important role of responding to their population's needs, whether the population need is to have cooking shows or the need is to actually have some greater access to broadband or better use to broadband, educational resources, ESL classes, and in tribal communities in particular, which have problems that are magnified. Libraries continue to serve as that place that helps to anchor institutions. We recognize that it's not just libraries, though. They're also, and I was very pleased to hear Commissioner Carr mentioned HBCUs and other minority-serving institutions as important anchor institutions in our community, because there are places where people congregate, where people go to, and these institutions really serve as a major source of economic development in those communities, because those are the places that are trusted, where people go, where they're educating, and they have resources. And those resources are then distributed throughout the community and have a positive impact. Clearly, broadband technology, digital technology helps in that effort in very significant ways, and so we will focus on those areas as well. So that's kind of, actually, next slide, please. So I'll kind of pause there since I think I've stolen much of the thunder of my, subgroups, but you'll be surprised. In fact, there's a lot more helpful information to share to give you a sense of the approach that we're taking in each of these work streams. And within those work streams, you'll recognize that there are some sub-work streams in all of them, because there's a lot of topics. These are very rich areas that we are dealing with. But through the collective interest of the different members coming from all different perspectives, we think that we're starting to target and to reach areas that we can get the maximum your policy perspective to share with the broader community to continue to at least hopefully advance the conversation in very helpful ways. We believe that we will do that. And we'll now kind of go through our respective presentations. The first will be by Hareen Contractor and Laura to go through digital inclusion, and then we'll go into our digital empowerment discussion with Janelle Trigg and Susan Allen. So we'll turn now to Hareen, who'll take the reins over to talk about the digital inclusion work stream. Hareen?
Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, members of the ACDDE. Thank you, commissioners and chairmen who've joined. This is a very important issue for all of us. I'm going to try to avoid repeating a lot of the great words that Rudy had already mentioned and kind of just dive into some of the issues that we're focusing on. And I must say, I want to hats off to the co-chair, Laura. She's a really good yin to my gang. I'm a data nerd, activist, policy nerd by nature. And she balances that by also being a great consumer of information, but sitting on a perch actually makes an impact. Because I think what we all want to do is avoid just sitting around and discussing the issues, but actually try to move the needle. And I think everyone in our committee is aligned to do that. And it's been great to see that, particularly in light of the current issues. And so one of the main pieces coming out of the last, ACDD recommendations was to look at this adoption piece. It was to look at having a workshop talking about subject matter experts. There was a white paper that was in draft form looking at some of the gaps in particular communities. And so we were trying to identify, hey, what is the best way to look at driving adoption through using anchor institutions, primarily libraries and universities. Maybe those are some of the best ways to partner to reach communities who are lacking the opportunity right now, or need a little more resources. So we wanted to look at some of those best practices and try to amplify that. What COVID-19 and the pandemic has done, as many have mentioned on the call, it has exacerbated some of the underlying structural gaps that have existed and is increasing the inequality of opportunity. Next slide. Next slide, please. All right, thank you. And so one of the ways we want to focus on driving, because this is a massive topic, and for us to try to make an impact and move the needle, we want it to be focused. There could be a lot of pieces we could focus on. We could go a mile wide and an inch deep, but I think primarily to try to provide the best recommendations, not only to the FCC, but to corporate partners and NGOs and other folks on these committees and calls, is to provide substantive recommendations that are deep in nature. And so we wanted to use, as Rudy mentioned, libraries and minority serving institutions as one of the ways to drive adoption, given that they're purchased in these particular communities. I'm sorry, can you go to the next slide? So one of the ways we wanted to do this was look at, obviously we talked about libraries and minority institutions, but we cannot forget some of the role that these institutions play in the communities that most needed. So in particular, the Black rural South is an area that has, we talked about many gaps. I know Commissioner Starks has done some work based on research mine and the organization I'm with has done in terms of inequality of opportunities for the Black rural South. We also talked about tribal communities and their lack of opportunities in those communities. Sorry, I think we're on the wrong slide. I apologize. It's not Laura. Okay. So one of the ways we wanted to do this is by working with partners on the ground. So this list is not exclusive to who we're just talking to. This is just some of the start of people we want to work with. Because right now there are a lot of unique challenges given the opportunity we're in, and so we need partners on the ground who are subject matter experts. Tribal, for instance, the tribal aspect provides unique needs. We need subject matter experts that can help identify some of the unique challenges that are facing tribal communities and help us navigate some of the ways they interact, not only with the FCC, but other federal partners and corporations. We don't have that knowledge on hand, and so we want to work side by side with them. The same with American Libraries Association. They're working with all these partners who are going to be key members of what is to be done as we ramp society back up. As I mentioned before, 30 to 35% of Americans right now have the ability to work from home. The rest of America is disconnected. We already talked about 26 million people have filed for unemployment, millions of students thirsting for knowledge, trying to do their best with distance learning that is not capable of providing a substitution for in-person learning. It is more incumbent as we come into the summer and the fall that libraries are an anchor institution to help provide an opportunity not only for students to get in their blended learning, ramp back up for the skills that they have missed over the last few months, but for those who are seeking job opportunities, those who saw skills erosion, to provide an outlet to get access to potential opportunities as we start to ramp out of this. And so it is essential that we work with some partners who help us understand these unique aspects. And so what we're going to do from here, and I'll stop shortly to pass it on to Laura, who's going to dive in a little bit more, is we're going to try to take these subject matter experts, create a list of people, bring that recommendation in, and start going to a workshop to dive in to understand the current complexities, what is working well, and what else we could do together to ramp up these best practices nationwide to help serve communities who are currently lacking the opportunity. And with that, I pass it to my co-chair, Laura.
Thank you, Harin. Thank you so much for setting the stage for the work of the Digital Inclusion Subgroup. And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here virtually with all of you. My name is Laura Barrico, and I represent Charter Communications. To this point, the Digital Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group has really invested a great amount of energy and attention into identifying the key areas that we see as really enhancing and contributing to the dialogue on digital inclusion. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank our working group members, as well as our leadership, Rudy Brioche, Heather Gates, Anna Gomez, Jamila, Beth Johnson. I think we've all really been able to pull together and work in a very good and collaborative way. And we're really excited about where we are now and the direction that our working group is pulling in terms of the work streams that we've developed. So as a next step, we will begin to plan for our first workshop. So we chose the workshop format because we view it as a great opportunity to join stakeholders and discuss the many different ways in which libraries are serving local communities. We also are in agreement that this type of format provides an opportunity to gain a better understanding of the challenges faced by libraries. As we speak about COVID-19, particularly in the wake of COVID-19, there's many challenges that libraries are facing, but there's also opportunities to learn about really good and gain very great insights into how libraries are working creatively to serve communities and bridge the digital divide. So as outlined in the slide that you see in front of you, our goal is to host our first virtual workshop in July of 2020. So by nature of our current circumstances, this workshop will be virtual. Future workshops, will depend on the state of play as it relates to COVID-19. But in terms of our immediate next steps, they include just working, as Harin has mentioned, with subject matter experts to gather information, identify the best practices and key topics that can be shared during the summer workshop. To date, the working group plans to focus on public-private partnerships and the role that these partnerships play in supporting and enhancing the work of libraries. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. Okay. So tribal libraries is an area, as Harin mentioned, that our working group plans to further explore. I guess we can say there's broad consensus that additional research on tribal libraries is needed. And for this specific subgroup, we plan to research this area in more depth, identify areas of importance as it relates to digital inclusion and broadband adoption within tribal lands. And I think this issue is particularly important in light of COVID-19 and the challenges that many communities are facing. As a next step, identifying the subject matter experts is really going to be critical for this piece. We view this as a process that's essentially very important to determine the scope of work for tribal libraries and our ability to move forward with planning for our second library workshop. And we're looking at potentially the winter of 2020 to host this workshop, depending on how things are going. In light of COVID-19, we can determine then if it will be an in-person or not. So if you look at the slide, it outlines a few subject matter experts that we're exploring. We're also in talks with the American Library Association, and we've also been targeting additional library organizational resources, such as the American Indian Library Association. So you can go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So earlier this year, NTIA discussed its Minority Broadband Initiative with our working group. And through this initiative, NTIA is partnering with HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, to identify ways to solve broadband deployment challenges in vulnerable communities. So to the degree appropriate, our working group is certainly interested and open to collaborating with NTIA in its NBI research efforts. To date, we've identified one area of potential interest, and the area is related to, as you see on the slide, educational broadband service licenses, which has been attributed to improving broadband adoption. So our working group, we think that this is an issue that is interesting. We'd like to explore it further. We'd like to better understand the FCC's process related to sharing relevant EBS license information with HBCUs as well as other minority serving institutions. And this would include information related to license renewal processes. So this is something that we continue to kind of look into, and is certainly part of our work stream. So with that said, I think that wraps it up for the digital inclusion subgroup portion of the presentation. I think we can move to the next slide to allow our digital empowerment subgroup work plan for Janelle and Susan. Yes.
This is Hareen. Just one more point, highlight the importance of this. As we've mentioned, these libraries and anchor institutions are going to be even more critical in the coming months and years, yet the resources going to them are going to be even more constrained than they were in the past, given the lack of revenues that are going to go into state and local entities to support these institutions. So it is even more important now that we highlight the importance of these anchor institutions as well as public-private partnerships to make an impact on these communities. So thank you. I just wanted to wrap up with that.
Thank you for that point. I'm sure we all remember years ago the Donnie and Marie Osmond show, where I think Marie used to say, "I'm a little bit country," and then Donald will say, "I'm a little bit rock and roll." I think that our group is very much the same. Now we have our rock and roll team that's about to come on, and our two shrinking pilots, Esther Janelle and Susan Allen. Esther Janelle, take it away.
Thank you, Rudy. Good morning, everyone. I don't think I've ever been called a rock and roller, but, I'll live with it. Goodness. On behalf of the Digital Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group and my wonderful co-chair, Susan Allen, it's my pleasure to present to you the work plan for the Digital Empowerment Subgroup. I'm delighted to work with Susan, who's as Rudy mentioned, our in-house subject matter expert. She has her feet on the ground and firsthand experience with the obstacles that diverse small businesses face every day. And that's critically important in today's time. To meet the twin goals of supporting the technological needs of diverse communications businesses, DCBs for short, and supporting DCBs' access to business opportunities through supplier diversity, we propose two related supplier diversity events in 2020 through 2021. First, we define DCBs as a business at every stage of development or growth, and that includes entrepreneurs, new entrants, mid-sized or larger companies that would meet one or more of the following criteria: be a small business under the U.S. Small Business Administration, a state agency, or the FCC's size standards, a woman-owned business, minority, ethnic-owned, LGBT-owned, or veteran-owned. These are all DCBs. And I emphasize that supplier diversity is just as important as universal adoption access to broadband and equal opportunity in employment. Diversity in ownership and management of both legacy communication businesses and tech-oriented businesses is critically important to serve the needs of all communities. It's also important that DCBs be aware of the current state of technology, as well as trends in technological advances, the necessary skill sets and personnel to utilize such technology for more productive and profitable operations, in addition to the opportunities for employment and or vendor-supplier partnerships. To this end, we propose that the FCC host two separate but related events. First, the Technology Opportunity Showcase, and second, the Technology Opportunity Symposium. We are delighted to present both events in partnership with the Diversity and Tech Sector Working Group and their Supplier Diversity Subgroup led by Dr. Ron Johnson and Maria Brennan, two dear friends. We're also very pleased that the Internet Association, which is a member of the DTech Working Group, and their members have expressed interest in partnering with us. So we're delighted to work with IA as well. And last but certainly not least, we look forward to working with our other important partners, would be the FCC's Media Bureau and the Office of Communications Business Opportunities, OCBO. The first event, the Technology Opportunity Showcase, we propose to be a 2 to 4 hour event. It would serve as a foundational event for the symposium to be held later. The workshop would feature various tech and communications companies that would showcase their products and services, discuss their short and long-term vendor, supplier, and employment needs that can be fulfilled by DCBs. This could be implemented via panel presentations or demonstrations, whether they be in person or virtual, and depending on the timing, we could explore a different venue than the FCC, possibly hosted by the IA or one of its member companies. DCBs that have technology-oriented products or services could assess in advance how they can meet those needs as presented at the workshop and prepare to attend the future Technology Opportunity Symposium. That symposium would provide another opportunity to engage directly with tech and communications companies and government agencies looking for vendors, suppliers, and partners. DCBs that are more traditional, or what we say legacy communications businesses, such as radio, television, cable, satellite, will learn more about the advancements in technology and future trends to assess their own business needs and long-term objectives. And we also hope to learn more about competition in the various industries for investors, personnel, and customers. The second event would be the Technology Opportunity Symposium. It would be a larger and more traditional event, a full day, including networking sessions at the end, and we propose it to be held at the FCC. This event would feature panels or presentations for procurement, presentations by communications and tech companies, as well as government agencies looking to engage DCBs for procurement or partnership opportunities. DCBs with experience in procurement and supplier diversity relationships, good and bad experience, would engage with tech companies and government agencies. They could share their experiences and offer lessons learned as well as practical advice. And the day would end with what we thought was one of the most successful experiences would be a one-on-one networking meetings. Next slide, please. This proposal is based on the success and our post-analysis of the Supplier Diversity Workshop held in June of 2018 and the recommendations adopted by the previously chartered Advisory Diversity Committee in November of 2018. Notwithstanding the success of the 2018 event, our internal review highlighted two issues. One, we need more time for marketing and planning and more time for DCBs to plan to attend. I'd like to recognize Sanford Williams, the director of the FCC's Office of Communications Business Opportunities, and his staff that did an outstanding job in just a few months of planning and executing the 2018 event. The second issue we recognize is that even though we had extensive outreach, there was an absence of tech companies that participated as either speakers or in the one-on-one networking sessions. Next slide, please. The recommendations we made to the full committee and the adoption of the full committee of these recommendations were that the Commission continue to host an annual FCC Supplier Diversity Workshop, and that the Commission maintain a list of workshop participants for small and diverse suppliers that attended, and would provide updates and correspondence about upcoming policies or proceedings. I'm very pleased to hear that OCBO has not only maintained that list of workshop participants, but has an extensive database of small businesses and other stakeholders that they regularly send email updates and notices about commission events and practices, and will continue to do so throughout COVID-19. In fact, I receive that email correspondence, and I love reading what's going on. So I appreciate that from OCBO. Next slide, please. So our work plan for the Digital Empowerment Subgroup, you can see we have a timeline here that we propose for the Opportunity Showcase to be held in the fall of 2020 and the Technology Opportunity Symposium in the spring of 2021. Please note that we developed this proposal and the suggested timeline prior to COVID-19. Now, we recognize that the world has changed since then and that DCBs are facing even tougher challenges. Many are fighting for their survival. We also recognize that technology will continue to be very important, but that access to capital will be paramount. How technology and access to capital needs for DCBs intersect will be important to determine. So we are quite flexible in terms of planning and looking at the timing of these two workshops, these two events. We will continue to assess the state of industry, and we're prepared to modify the timing if necessary, as well as enhance the subject matter and format moving forward. The next steps, I'm very pleased to say we've already checked 3 off of that list of 4. We have met with IA, and again, they have expressed interest, and a couple of their members in support. We've also met with Everett Williams, who, as I mentioned, is the director of OCBO, who are ready, willing, and able to move forward with planning and executing this event. And we've had the pleasure of meeting with Diversity and Tech Working Group, and we have partnered in presenting these events. The last bullet is the most critical because during this COVID-19 crisis, we will need to continue to assess the state of the industry. So I look forward to meeting with what I call the alphabet soup of trade associations in Washington and across the country and their member companies to see what needs their members have, as well as to explore potential support and involvement. Next slide, please. Okay, this just details our work plan, assuming that we will have the event in spring 2020 for moving forward with the fall 2020 event for the workshop. Next slide, please. And then after we hold the fall 2020 event, we plan to conduct a post-analysis of that event to determine what we need to do to move forward. We certainly will invite the chairman to participate to open the 2021 symposium, and we invite all of the commissioners to join us for that event, as well as anyone who wants to join the spring of 2021 for the full symposium. We really need to establish metrics for measuring the success and how productive the showcase is moving forward to plan the symposium. And in spring of 2021, if indeed we move forward with the symposium held the spring of 2021, we also need to look at a deliverable. The ultimate deliverable is whether or not DCBs develop profitable or productive relationships with communications or tech companies. We want to measure how many or to what degree a DCB was able to engage to secure a procurement contract or to gain some additional funding or even partnership or assistance in running their business. So given this work plan based on our schedule, we have still a lot to do before the fall of 2020, and again, assessing the critical needs of DCBs throughout this COVID-19 crisis will be important. To that end, we invite the input of all advisory committee members, the DTech Working Group, and industry leaders for your suggestions on what you think the most productive format and topics are, as well as any private partnerships that we can engage in. We'd love to have some, legacy communications businesses, as well as tech companies, participate as co-sponsors. So we look forward to your questions and comments. At this time, I'd like to invite my wonderful co-chair, Susan Allen, to add her comments as well. Susan?
Thank you, Janelle. As always, my partner in crime here. It's a pleasure to work with you, Janelle, and you have left nothing behind, not a bit at all, and I cannot add any more to it. But we do have a work plan, we have the timeline, and we have our goals, and we have a way to measure the product of our work, our effectiveness, but also we need all of your input. It's just Janelle and myself cooking in the kitchen. We got a recipe, we got our ingredients, but we need all of you to enter the kitchen and help us make this a success. It will be a success because we do have deliverables, and we do have our targets, and we do want to measure the result because this project is not a one-time deal. We started that in 2018. We were energized, and we want to take it up the rank of the ladder. Thank you, Janelle. Back to you.
My pleasure. Rudy?
Great. Well, Janelle, thank you so much. That was a great summation of not only the digital empowerment work stream, but also the digital inclusion work stream, where we are fortunate to have really talented experts who are working together, collaborating, bringing fresh perspective at this, and yet at the same time really encouraging and inviting all to contribute with ideas to make sure that we use our time and effort in the most effective way, and really to have fun while we do it, because we all respect each other, work with each other for years. So that type of spirit of collaboration just works its way through the entire work process. So at this time, we open up for questions from members of the working group and from the broader committee. I'll turn it over to Anna and Heather.
Thank you, Rudy. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee? I see Dr. Fallon has a question. Would you like to unmute your phone and ask your question?
Yes. It goes back to the earlier presentation on using libraries as hubs to deal and address digital inclusion. And I'm just wondering, part of the conversation with subject matter experts be about government appropriations to libraries, because one thing we can at least anecdotally know is that all libraries are not equal with the amount of resources that they get first to actually operate, let alone to talk about as a hub for digital inclusion.
That's a great question. Yeah. In fact, I'll turn to Laura on this because we've talked specifically about this issue about appropriations and how libraries are categorized. So, Laura?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your question. So this issue has, in fact, been raised in our conversations with the American Library Association, and it is indeed already part of our conversation and discussion. I agree. I saw the point that you made in the chat. Libraries are indeed not equal, and we will certainly continue to consider the financial state of libraries and ways to create greater sustainability as we have conversations with subject matter experts. One thing that we did find, which was shared by ALA with us, is related to just the state of libraries. They're kind of a quasi-governmental organization. So even though they're classified as a nonprofit, they're typically, run by local government. So some of the feedback that we have received to date is just around how they're classified, whether it's in legislation or just generally. If you're referring to educational institutions, a nonprofit or an anchor institution, for example, it does not automatically include libraries in descriptions like that. So one of the things we're looking at is to the degree that the classification of libraries can be purposeful and specific, saying specifically library when we're discussing libraries, as opposed to lumping them into a different category. That will be helpful in providing greater autonomy for libraries generally. So I think that's helpful.
Right. And just to amplify that, there's the categorization piece to the libraries that ALA was very specific on. A lot of libraries being left out in particular communities that need it, but also just a lack of coordination. I've been a squeaky wheel about this, lack of coordination from federal resources to libraries of need. There's little to no conversations right now between the Universal Service Fund, the Institute of Management and Library Sciences, Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, or Department of Education, all federal institutions that provide some grants in some form or another to libraries and educational institutions. So when we're talking about appropriation of funds, we need to figure out some of the root causes, the categorization, some of the lack of coordination and communication, and then the lack of take-up from the libraries themselves to get some of these funds that could be available to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody else have a comment or a question for the group? Now, I have a question. Actually, it's more of a technical question. I know there's supposed to be a raise your hand feature, but I have to admit I have not been able to find it. Does anybody know where that is?
Anna, this is Julie. If I have my chat feature or my participant list open, next to my name, I see a little hand, and I can click on that and raise my hand on the participant list. If you go to the participant list. Hope this helps.
Yeah, I don't see that. But okay, but either way, if you have a question, either raise your hand and hopefully I'll see it, or perhaps better use the chat function because I'm having trouble seeing that raise your hand. But if
this is Julie. I just clicked on mine as an experiment. I don't know if you can see it or not, but I tried.
I do see it. Okay. But with the number of participants, I am going to struggle with seeing that. So maybe the chat function is the best way to raise your hand.
Madam
As
Chair.
I said at the beginning, this is a learning experience for all of us.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Yes, Rudy.
Rudy, can we do a slight diversion to Nicole Turner-Lee? Because I made reference to a number of informative events, panel discussions in the past couple of weeks that tie directly, particularly to the digital inclusion work stream. And we're actually relying on a lot of that information. Nicole was fortunate to be one of our subject matter experts in the prior iteration of this working group. I know that Nicole needs no introduction to this group, so I wanted to at least invite her, since I did invoke her name a number of times, to just we wanted to talk about how brilliant I am and how she agrees with
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm off mute. I'm sorry. No, I thought the presentation, Rudy, and to the members was actually pretty comprehensive. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yep.
Okay. I would suggest that I think libraries do play a significant role in providing digital access to communities, and I think the partners in which you have spent a lot of time thinking through these issues, particularly at this period of COVID-19 where they're closed, right? And so we're seeing a lot of libraries at this current moment loan out Wi-Fi hotspots or try to allow people to come to their parking lots, as Commissioner Rosenworcel talks about these digital parking lots that are showing up across the country where people are sapping into their Wi-Fi. So I think the very benefits of libraries are worth noting, and I would suggest to this group, along the lines of the disparities in funding, that you also think about ways to support, and I think Laura mentioned it, ways to supercharge their ability to provide unlicensed Wi-Fi to local communities, because they are essentially going to not just be an inside institutional asset, but they need to be an infrastructure asset. Because what we're seeing right now is ultimately ridiculous in the type of connectivity that's being provided to students. On the flip side of it, I would love to caution your group about relying solely on libraries, and I'll tell you why. I did a paper not too long ago where I drove down to Marion, Alabama, and flew out to Phoenix, Arizona as part of the work of my book. And what I found was that there were libraries in both communities. In Arizona, which was primarily a school of the children of undocumented immigrants, that library was 5 miles away on either end of the school. And due to the lack of transportation, those kids could not actually get to it. So when I drove over to look at it, it was actually filled with a lot of technology, but not a lot of people. In Marion, Alabama, which is a Black rural town outside of Birmingham, about 2 hours, when I went there, the library was closed. It also was out of the vicinity of the school and away from where kids lived, or adults. With transportation being an issue in the rural South, that was also a problem. And so what I would suggest to all of you, people are also close to their churches, they're close to their local businesses, and there's not a lot of funding that's actually looking at the investments in these institutions. In Alabama, for example, and I'll be quick and wrap it up in just a moment, there was a woman that sold all her belongings from Bridgeport, Connecticut, that opened up an ice cream spot called The Social that provided free Wi-Fi to kids to do their homework. Her challenge was also transportation. So some of you might have seen, like during COVID-19, I've been even so radical to suggest that we place Wi-Fi buses in the middle of communities so that people can get access to internet. So I just think the group has to be somewhat cautious of relying upon the institutional assets that may appear to have the stability of appropriations, that may appear to be open and always available to local people, but in and of themselves are sort of fractured, right? And they have their own set of problems associated with community access to those facilities. And so, I mean, I know Heather and I go way back with the Community Technology Center movement, where local people put 2 or 3 computers in a hallway of a public housing building or in a church basement level. We forgot about that type of funding. And so I just want you all, again, since your group was specifically focused on a COVID-19 response and how we actually look at this, you know, there are 53 million kids that are out of school, over 200,000 schools in the United States that are out, more people are teleworking, and we're about to go to telehealth. So these are all remote-based applications that have equity issues across the line, across each and every one of them, right? So just think about that, because I think, again, Library Association is very much actively thinking about this. You know, I love the leadership there, followed them for years. But when you put this in a real-world context, there are challenges. And I think, Rudy, to what Comcast is doing, you still got to remember that residential broadband is the best carrot, and everything around it is icing on the cake, particularly for people who just cannot get it in their home for whatever reason. So I wanted to throw that as a caveat as the group kind of, you know, looks at digital access. You know, I'm sort of suggesting to lots of school districts and people right now, don't throw your apples in one cart. Figure out ways to sort of diffuse technology throughout the ecosystem so you never go to this problem again.
That's such an excellent comment, because one area that we didn't really touch on is that, you know, there is this public-private partnership aspect to our examination. Let me turn to Laura and Hareen, who both of whom have actually been pushing this point about the need to kind of, you know, although the prism from which we're actually looking at this is through libraries, but then it branches off and has some other implications and things that we need to consider. So let me turn to our co-chairs to address that, I think, excellent comment that you just made.
Laura, take it away first.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Nicole. You always, you know, raise those questions that make us all scratch our heads just make sure we're on point. But to your point, I think what we've been really looking to do, particularly on the public-private partnership front, is be able to identify some really promising partnerships that are happening with libraries. we've been able to kind of pinpoint a few different initiatives and programs through our conversations with the American Library Association. But I think that, as we continue to identify other experts in this area, our goal is really to find some creative partnerships that maybe touch on a lot of different areas, even that you've discussed, because, there are some libraries right now that have kind of those Wi-Fi buses, for example, that are going out into communities. I think we had heard an example of something like that in one of the rural communities. But then it's also the question of when those buses come, are people coming too? Are people connecting? And in some cases, yes, they are, and in some cases, maybe not as much as is expected. So I think that, as we continue to kind of have our conversations with our subject matter experts, it's going to be a learning process for us as well to figure out what are the things that seem to be really working, what are the innovative initiatives and programs that are on the ground, what are things that maybe are not maybe a great best practice, and perhaps we should help kind of advise and figure out ways to potentially have, libraries or public-private partnerships move away from those types of models. So I think everything's on the table right now. We just, our goal was to integrate libraries as kind of like that main focus so that we can have something centralized to build our work plan off of. But in addition to the libraries piece, we also, have the minority serving institution, HBCU piece that we will be exploring in collaboration with NTIA as well. So there may be areas that, we can find some really interesting programs through that work stream as well. But thank you for your comments. It's very, it's very helpful to hear that.
Yeah, of course, always. Nicole brings a lot of great context and perspective. The only other piece I would add to Laura's comments is there's a lot of different approaches to this. I mean, it's a kind of an all-above strategy. There's the piece of those, particularly in Black rural communities, less than 30% of the households actually have, computers. Not only access to broadband is an issue, but access to devices is a challenge. And so where do you start drawing the line, given the focus of this committee and what we can do? Like I said, we were trying to go in depth on one of these issues, but some of them do touch tangentially to a lot of the pieces you talked about, Nicole. And our idea is to touch upon subject matter experts in some of these communities, whether it's like the Children's Defense Fund, some of the great work they're doing in rural Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, trying to provide digital literacy workshops, or some of the work that's happening in the tribal communities that we are still trying to understand. And so I think there's a lot of good partners that we could talk to, and not limited to ALA at all. Others, there's IC Stars, which is doing a great job in Chicago. Girls Who Code is everywhere. So I think trying to figure out that right balance in terms of the public-private partnerships, not only to drive adoption, but to the access piece you talked about, because that is so essential, particularly in this time, again. But we don't want to substitute just access to the device for the panacea for all the issues, related to adoption and use as well.
Can I just chime in for just one quick response to both of you? And I appreciate the response that you've actually given. I would just recommend to you all, in terms of your charge to the FCC and what's in the jurisdiction of the FCC to be able to influence. We've experienced actually lots of waves of this. Rudy, I don't know if you remember, I was cleaning out my house. Somebody said they were doing some unpacking and decluttering, and I found a folder in which you and I were both co-chairs of the Unlicensed Spectrum Committee almost 8 years ago. I had to turn around and say, I've known this man that long. But it was notes of this very committee. So I would actually just suggest to you, as you go through this, and Aaron, I actually respect everything you're saying, because this is obviously an issue that has so many moving parts. Think through what the commission has the ability to do. And I put out a charge to you all to look at the recent adoption of various programs and policies that have come from the commission itself. The Connected Care Program. They just released yesterday something to actually bring wireless access to schools, or wireline and wireless access to schools. And I would just, I think to the spirit of your intent, think about things that we can actually make happen. And I just want to continue to share that I believe you're in a right starting place, so that was not the intent of our remarks. But I think we disservice people if we stay within the context of traditional institutions as the way for people to get online. That's not how they're connecting right now. That's not how they were connecting really before. And it's not to discredit the library for its internal resources, but how do we make libraries true anchor institutions for infrastructure going forward? And I think that ties into your other committees that are trying to find ways to get diverse suppliers into the game. When there's no Starbucks in your neighborhood, you're not connecting. And when you have, and I actually suggested a whole committee, go online and put in the words digital parking lot, and you will see people picking up food from pantries and trying to get on Wi-Fi from a parking lot of a library just because they need their Wi-Fi. So just something to think about, because I personally think that that's the direction that we're going to go in terms of the FCC, in terms of the types of infrastructure that they can make available to both incumbents as well as new entrants to actually bring more access to people. It's still a problem, I guess is what I'm saying. Okay? So I think it's great work, and I'm here, but I'll send you all those resources because I'm consumed by that stuff right now. But that's really, I think, where the issues are.
Nicole, the point you made about the FCC, it's interesting because on one hand, we kind of recognizing that this is kind of like casting somewhat of a wide net, but through this prism of libraries, and then, of course, it cascades into a much broader discussion. But at the end of the day, we have to come up with meaningful recommendations. And the best recommendations are going to be recommendations that the FCC itself, right, can actually act on. And that's important for us. So we recognize that it is that kind of process we're going through. But at the end of the day, it's about not only just analyzing, the issue from a policy perspective, but how do we advance it in meaningful ways? And the way to be impactful is to be able to give the FCC something, make a recommendation that this committee as a whole can discuss, can kind of, modify and adjust, but ultimately something that the FCC can do, whether it's based on its authority or it's based on bully pulpit or coordination with others, whether it's other federal aid agencies or state, local, other partnerships. But we have to look at it from that perspective. And frankly, at this point in time, we're not at that stage yet, but we always have to keep that in mind that at the end of the day, that's how we are the most impactful, is by being able to give the FCC something that it could actually use. So thank you for, highlighting that point.
And thanks to you both. These are really great things to keep in mind. As Janelle, I think you had something you wanted to add.
Yes, I just got disconnected. I wanted to emphasize that we have kept a list of, and Roy has graciously put this together, of some of the COVID-19 responses from the communications sector. And I am honored to represent the Wireless Internet Service Providers Association, which is predominantly very small fixed wireless providers who are providing connectivity in unserved and underserved areas at very affordable cost. And part of that summary, we have a survey on what our members are doing, and 48% of our members are offering free Wi-Fi or other connectivity to schools. The digital parking lot may very well be powered by a WISP operating in rural areas. We also have many WISPs that are working with other communications providers to bring fixed wireless. So we're not just focusing on libraries, we're also looking at the ways that the entire communications industry has stepped up during this COVID-19 crisis, and other ways that they could partner, the private-public partnerships that can happen to fulfill those needs that some libraries are not able to do. And I also think we should look at what we've done in the past. Nicole, you will remember back in the 60s, if not 50s, first mobiles were libraries that were not close to population areas, but the bookmobile would come to a rural area or a poor area and offer books. So we may very well have to have, you mentioned those Wi-Fi buses. We may have to reinvent the bookmobile. It's broadband mobile maybe to get Wi-Fi to areas that need it the most.
But Madam Chairwoman, I put on the record that I don't remember the buses of the 50s and 60s. I'm not that old.
But you've done research, my dear.
No, I know.
So noted.
I reflect in the record. Yeah, but
I'd like to put on the record that I do not remember that either.
Well, unfortunately, I do. All right, let me see. Any other comments from the committee?
I do have one question for the digital inclusion subgroup. One more. I do appreciate that our ISPs are stepping up and providing like access to the internet and all the various amazing projects that are allowing people to connect freely over the next couple of months because of the pandemic. And I do appreciate the notion that we will also create mobile hotspots with buses and various ways in which people and communities can get access. But the problem still remains, or at least a thought to think on, is even though there's free service, even though both public and government and school districts are stepping up and providing actual devices, the challenge that at least that I'm seeing here locally is that people don't know how to connect the modems. People do not know how to necessarily, because of the pandemic, I don't know if our service providers are actually sending folks into people's homes to connect them. And so devices are being sent to homes, but they're not being used. And so there's a challenge of information and subsidizing that, right, to be able to connect. And what is the response for that? Because it's one thing to give the free internet in the various ways we've discussed. It's another thing to provide the hardware. But if they cannot connect or understand the connection processes to get access, it kind of, it makes us feel good and look good, but it doesn't necessarily solve the problem of actually accessing using it. So I put that before the committee. And I know that may not be the domain of the FCC, but I think it's something should be noted.
You know, and I have to say that, of course, that's an area of ongoing challenge, you know, in many respects, because at the time when these critical services are needed, at the same time, providers are essentially, that's when the vast majority of their workforce are working from home outside of the office. And, of course, they're dealing with everything else that all families are confronting, during this epidemic. It's interesting because there's a couple of pieces I'd like to add. One is for many providers, for example, in case of Comcast, you have, self-installed kits where individuals, and this has been the case for at least the past 5 years or so, increased usage of installing the services at home, through a kit that walks you through those steps to deploy as much as possible to limit the need for a truck roll to come out. As it turns out, during this epidemic, not only does that need become greater, you also have challenges because there's limitations, the extent to which that you could actually engage individuals on a face-to-face basis. So instead, we're kind of moving more towards this virtual environment. To the extent that individual or that household lacks that digital literacy to be able to access those services online, that limits their ability to effectively, do the self-install. So I recognize that there are gaps there. In fact, I have family members who fall into that gap for a whole host of reasons, whether it's skills in terms of how to use digital services or language barriers that prevents that. So that is a challenge for sure. But it's happening at a time where it's kind of like the perfect storm, where there's just increased need for these types of services, and yet there is, legal and healthcare reasons that limits that ability for direct engagement. But there are services, as far as whether it's to self-install or virtual assistant, that at least hopefully bridges that, but admittedly it doesn't bridge it entirely. So that continues to be an area where we continue to make some respectable progress, but yet at the same time recognizing that doesn't meet the needs of all of the subscribers. Any other comments from anyone else on that particular question?
Hi, this is Heather Gate. Thank you, Nicole, for stimulating the discussion today around libraries and local community organizations. I know you name dropped me from our years of digital inclusion and working with various anchor institutions. And I think you brought up some interesting points about libraries, because so much of the library discussion is often focused on more urban and well-funded libraries that are very impressive. And when in rural situations, it's a completely different experience. As you mentioned, a library that's far away from most people, open 3 days a week, and has staff members that are not digitally savvy in some instances. So I think it'll be very interesting for us to really engage with those the libraries in those communities, because it does bring about those discussions about other community organizations that are working to fill in those gaps. And also just, again, the discussion about home connectivity and the way that libraries have been finding ways to expand what they can do by, expanding their services to things like hotspots, loans, so people can actually have connectivity in the home. Imagine a child that's working on a paper and needs to be on the computer for hours and hours. Well, sometimes the library's 1 hour or 2 hour access to a computer is not sufficient. So I think, and I always sort of relate with the Digital Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group. So I think we'll be having some interesting discussions as we reach out to more people, and that helps to expand those discussions as well. So I appreciate your input. And also secondly, I appreciate the discussion that Rudy just wrapped up about the challenges of, the people that don't have the skills to connect, to actually do their own tech support and connect their modems and their hotspots and that sort of thing. And oftentimes I've found that the most successful communities have all hands on deck, because when we talk about digital inclusion, we're talking about a multi-layered issue. It's about skills, it's about access, and it's about knowing how to use the computer. And oftentimes those partnerships that have come in handy, I know lots of nonprofits who help people get connected. They literally will help people by helping them at a community center, or actually going into the household and helping them with that. And so I think a lot of communities have to really think outside the box, because no one organization can really address individually the problem of the digital divide. It really is a multi-layered problem that really takes a lot of different people being involved in it. So I really appreciate this discussion.
Hi, this is Anna. I agree with you, Heather. There are so many components to this issue, and it's important to have the discussion. And I really appreciated Nicole's comments about making sure that when we give a recommendation to the FCC, it's giving a recommendation to the FCC, not trying to solve all problems, but something that the FCC can do. Whether it's using the bully pulpit, using its organizational abilities, providing recommendations, providing blueprints, providing information. So I think all of these discussions have been very helpful. I particularly liked Susan Allen's comment about how we need all of you to enter the kitchen to make this a success, and having other working group members to be able to provide their perspectives, I think will help us as we move forward in addressing our goal and in reaching our goal as a committee, and each of the working groups' goals as well. We are very close to breaking for lunch, but I wanted to, first of all, thank you very much, Rudy. Thank you, Harin, Laura, Janelle, and Susan. As you can see, everybody's been very hard at work
and I look forward to continuing the work with all of you. Janelle, is there anything you wanted to say before we move forward with accepting the working group work plan?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So unless there are any objections, the work plan of the working group is accepted. Now, if you have an objection, please put it on the chat, and I will give people a minute a chance to respond. I think it's easier than trying to have a yay or nay vote to do it this way. So I'm just going to give you all a minute. All right, my body clock tells me that was a minute, since I forgot to actually look at a clock. So, absent objection, the Digital Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group work plan is accepted. Jamila, is there anything you'd like to tell us before we break for lunch?
Oh, thank you, Anna. Well, this has really been a robust conversation to kick off our meeting, and I've really enjoyed it. And I would like to say on behalf of our Bureau Chief, Michelle Carey, thank you again, everyone, for all of the thought, leadership that you're providing on these issues, particularly in this pandemic era that we find ourselves in, and trying to be nimble and flexible and adjusting maybe what might have been your work plans before we got so deeply into the pandemic. And we thank Chairman Pai, as always, for his support, and Commissioner Starks for bringing his remarks as well. We expect to hear from Commissioner Brendan Carr right after lunch. And just as a matter of housekeeping, we're asking all of the members of the advisory committee to please stay connected to the WebEx connection during lunch. Please don't disengage. And if you're able to leave your phones on and just keep them on mute, that would be helpful. If you need to disconnect your phone, you should be able to reconnect to the meeting at about 12:40 after lunch, but please don't disconnect from WebEx. And that is all I wanted to say for housekeeping, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila. Okay, we will now take a break for lunch. Please return by 12:40. I am going to take roll call at the beginning of our afternoon session so that I can make sure that we have enough present to reinitiate the meeting. So everybody enjoy your lunch. Talk to you soon. DEI committee meeting. I just want to point out something that Jamila just noted, and that is and I should say this is Anna Gomez speaking, because when we are speaking, we should identify ourselves first, because our transcriber needs to identify the speaker in recording the meeting. So I would like to start our post-lunch break by doing a quick roll call, make sure we have a quorum. I'm going to do it this time a little bit differently. I'm going to do it by working group. So our first working group is the Access to Capital working group. Caroline Beasley. Here. Raul Alarcon.
Here.
Milton Clipper.
Here.
Skip Dillard.
Here.
Michelle Duke,
Here.
David Honig,
Here.
Sherman Kuzart,
Here.
Garrett Kamjati. Hope I got that
I'm
right.
here. Yes, that's correct.
Dewan McCoy,
Present. Here.
Amina Huja,
Here.
Henry Rivera,
Here.
Stephen Roberts, Dr. Nimisha Shukla, and James Winston.
Here.
Hi, Anna.
Hi.
This is Clint Odom. I may have missed my name being called. I just wanted to make sure I was recorded as being here.
Hi, Clint. You will
Hey.
be recorded when we do the Diversity and Tech Working Group. We're doing it by working group today, right now. Because I
I'm sorry.
switched things up to make sure you were paying attention.
This is necessary, Anna. You know.
It is. And this is Ron Johnston. I wasn't paying attention, so I'm Toddy. So thank you. I'm on now. So thanks.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Steve Roberts is on too.
All right. Thank you.
Hey,
I gotcha.
Hey, Ron.
Okay.
Okay, so our second working group is the Digital Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group. Rudy Brioche. And members Susan Allen.
Present. Good
Cindy
afternoon.
Benavides. Hello. Cindy Benavides. Laura Baracol. Corinne Contractor. Roy Litland.
Here.
Alfredo Rodriguez. Marie Silla Dixon.
Hi, Shelley Blakeney, alternate for Marie Silla Dixon, representing
Yeah,
T-Mobile.
Shelley.
Thanks.
Thank you. Estenel Trigg. Present. Alicia West.
Good afternoon, Present.
Thank you. And working group 3 is our diversity and tech sector. We got is Dr. Nicole Turner Leon.
I'm on.
Thank you. Maria Brennan.
I'm present.
Deb Elam.
I am here.
Maria Coley Flippen.
I'm here.
Rosa Mendoza Davila.
I'm here.
Lori Hall. Rashidi Hendricks.
Present.
I know Ron Johnson is on, and I know Clint Odom is on.
Still here. Didn't drop off.
Sean Perryman.
Here.
Sean Perryman here.
Brian Scarpelli. Dr.
You
Fallon
have his
Wilson.
alternate, Alex. Oh, I'm sorry. You have his alternate,
right, I'm
Alex
sorry.
McLeod on. Sorry. No, that's okay.
No, that's
Don't worry
great.
about it.
Dr. Fallon Wilson
Present.
and Chris Wood. Did I miss anybody? Heather.
And I'm here.
And I'm sorry, who was speaking?
Sorry, Laura Baracol with Charter. I'm on.
Ah, yes, thank you. Anyone else? Wonderful, thank you. Do we have Commissioner Carr on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Commissioner. Thank you so much for joining us. Commissioner Carr was unable to make it this morning, but is now going to be giving us some remarks.
Well, thank you so much for the time to bomb in and offer a couple of quick words, and really just, as I think you heard from every other commissioner and everyone that spoke to you, appreciation for all the work you're doing. These are tough jobs in normal time because you're taking it on top of your regular day job, and now we're all juggling so many things in our lives. I got 3 kids at home trying to do some distance learning, doing work, and it feels like work never stops and work never starts at the same time. But I'm also very, grateful and, for the problems that I do have, which are much more manageable and much easier to deal with than what so many of our fellow Americans are dealing with today. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about with you all briefly. Is I think that this pandemic has put telecom policy in the crucible. It has boiled away everything that I think is a meaningless distraction and really focused all of us on what matters. And what matters is exactly what this group is working on, which is digital empowerment, digital inclusion. More broadly, how do we close the digital divide? And obviously the 2 key pieces of that, the build out of internet infrastructure in areas that don't have it, and ensuring that we have the policies in place so that it is affordable, whether that's through competition, whether that's through Lifeline, whether it's through other policies for the Americans that have access, that need to have it be affordable as well. I think so much else that we can get wrapped around the axle with and focus on in sort of the DC telecom world has really fallen by the wayside around those 2 key points. And I think we've made really good progress as a country over the last couple of years in terms of closing the digital divide. It narrowed something like 30% over the first 2 years between 2016 and the end of 2018. Internet speeds are up, more miles of high-speed fiber have been built out than ever before. But there's no question that we still have significant work left to do. And that's why I'm so, eagerly looking forward to, the recommendations of this group and seeing how we can implement them. Sorry, my kid was yelling in the background. And I think, what the FCC career staff has done over the last 3 or 4 weeks to make sure Americans stay connected has really been impressive work. And it's been only possible because of the unprecedented effort that industry has made over the last few weeks to keep their fellow Americans connected. We've got carriers from Verizon to Windstream that stood up from scratch over a short period of time, completely new low-income programs to make sure that families, including those with school kids, can stay on the internet. We have carriers that had existing low-income programs, AT&T, Charter, so many others, and I apologize for leaving them out. I don't have my list in front of me, that expanded their existing low-income programs to get and keep people online. Not just the big guys. There's a small provider, I believe Sagebrush, that I met with in Montana a few months back. I had a phone call with them not long ago during the pandemic, and they're giving away Chromebooks to students on the Indian reservation in the area where they operate. The carriers entered a partnership with the LA Unified School District to get 100,000 students online that didn't have it before. So the speed and unprecedented steps that have been taken are really commendable and heartening to see. It also highlights, the value, if to the extent there is ever any doubt, and importance of a connection. And so I think more than ever before, bridging the divide, making sure there's access and affordability, including every community in that workload. At the end of the day, that's what matters. When we, leave these jobs, when you guys step off these committees, that's the test we should all be at. Did the steps we take make a difference on those 2 things? And so much else, I think COVID has highlighted, is just not of the same order of importance. So I really, eagerly anticipate, the additional ongoing work that this group is doing, and really want you to know how valuable and important it is. With that, I'm happy to let you guys get back to the real work, unless there's anything real quick that someone had that they want to chat about.
Please let us know on the chat if there's anything you wanted to chat about. Otherwise, thank you so much, Commissioner Carr. I think you underscored something important at the very end that Janelle Trigg in our working group presentation this morning mentioned, and that is the importance of being able to measure the effect of our initiatives. And we will continue to make sure that we take a look at that. And we really appreciate your support and being able to join us. And we feel you on having children in the background. So have a wonderful afternoon.
Thanks, all. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Turning next, we are going to have a presentation from the Access to Capital Working Group. Carolyn Beasley will lead the next presentation, and I will turn it over to you, Carolyn.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's just an honor to be here today. I'd like to provide a special thank you to Chairman Pai and to the commissioners who presented, and then also Jamila for just making sure that the group is on task and in line. So Jamila, thank you, and Anna and Heather, thank you for your guidance during this process. Our group has been diligently working over the last 6 months, and we are looking forward to presenting to everyone today our plan for the upcoming 18 months. So if we could go to the next slide. First, please find our working group members. Each member has contributed greatly to the group. And just as Rudy mentioned earlier this morning about his group, the Access to Capital Working Group is very diverse across multiple backgrounds. And so the feedback that we're going to provide you today, I think is among the best, top-notch feedback. Next slide. Our goals for Access to Working Capital Group are to develop recommendations about improving access to capital, and this is in an effort to increase minority ownership across broadcasting. In addition, a portion of the group was focused on ways to generate revenue, as once you do become an owner, then you need to survive. You need to have sustainable revenue. So we're going to review that as well as part of our group. Next slide. In an effort to divide and conquer, we formed the following subgroups. The first subgroup that we'll be presenting today will be Lending Finance, and that is led by Jawan McCoy. In his group, we have Garrett Kamyati and Stephen Roberts. The next subgroup is Political Subgroup led by Nahuja, and members of this subgroup are Milton Clipper, Michelle Duke, David Honing, and Henry Rivera. And then our final subgroup, Broadcast, which focuses on revenue streams, is led by Dr. Shukla, and Raul, Skip, Sherman, and Jim Winston are part of or members in this group. On the next slide, you see that each subgroup goals and mission are outlined. The Lending Finance Group is to provide education and information for financing and lending to purchase broadcast media property. This is a really big hurdle within the industry, as many folks will find a property, but a very difficult part in buying a property is being able to finance that property. So we're going to go through that today. The Political Subgroup's mission is to provide information and guidance on the need and value of a tax certificate incentive for broadening ownership diversity. Historical studies do show that diverse ownership is greater when a minority tax certificate is available. So we're going to review that today as well. And then our Broadcast subgroup is going to evaluate and make recommendations towards maintaining revenue in an effort to sustain operations. Each of the subgroup heads will be presenting their respective portions today. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Dewan, who is chair of the Lending Finance Subgroup. Dewan?
Thank you very much, Caroline, and thank you for your leadership on our working group. Also, thank you, Garrett and Steve, for your great input into our presentation today. So I'll be brief. Obviously, we want to convene a symposium on lending and financing topics, and our mindset is to create an environment that teaches and educates folks on different levels of financing and how to attain proper financing. With that being said, at the conclusion of the event, we would like to create a national database using advocacy groups, diversity groups, to put links on participating banks and financiers that support minority diversity in media and actually loan to diverse groups. Some examples might be we would put links on the NABOB website, MMTC's website. NAB had volunteered to use their website as a portal to identify supporting finance people to that loan to women and people of color. Next slide, please. The general overview, the symposium will visually go a little bit like this, okay? We'll have an initial person giving a big picture overview of how financing works in media properties. That person would be talking about mezzanine, sub-debt, senior debt, and what actually, in bigger picture, what banks are looking for. Then what we plan to do is break down each level of financing into the 4 categories that we have here. So we would have a banker speak on transactions that are above $20 million and what those specific bankers are looking for transactions that large. Then we would go below $20 million financing threshold. We would have a different banker speaking on that. Then we would have smaller deals ranging from $500,000 to $8 million as a threshold, and we would have a different speaker speaking on that. We would also break it down into micro lending to deals less than $500,000. The reason we chose those levels is because when you look at the average sales price of different radio stations in America and TV stations in America, and I'll just give you a quick snapshot. For 2019, the average sales price in America for AM stations was $700,000. The average FM radio station sales price was $2.3 million. All in, every radio station averaged $1.7 million. For TV, the average affiliate price for 2019 was $72.6 million. The average independent price was $10.5 million, and the overall average price for full power TV stations was $62 million. So by offering these different thresholds and these different speakers to speak on behalf of what types of money they lend, we think we cover the gamut and we cover every potential new entrant, existing entrant, or somebody that's a ambitious individual that wants to start off big. We don't miss anybody on the levels of financing. So hopefully that makes sense. Next slide, please. In addition to the regular banking and the regular finance people that support the industry, we're going to invite the SBA to participate and discuss, obviously, some of the impact that COVID-19 had on broadcasters. In our slide, we say $380 billion, but now it's $680 billion. So we plan to invite someone from the SBA to talk about their support of small businesses and how to attain an SBA loan to purchase a property. With that being said, most people know, I think most people on the phone know that the SBA doesn't loan money per se. It is they back the money by the regional banks. So we plan to invite an individual from a regional bank that uses SBA loans to talk about their criteria. And that's it.
Thank you, Jawan. Sorry about that. Just
That's okay.
unmuting my phone. Okay, so with that, I think we'll just move on to the political subgroup. And we have Nahuja, who will be presenting on behalf of this group.
Okay, I almost forgot to unmute my phone. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting on behalf of our political subgroup. First, I'd like again to thank FCC Chairman Pai and the presenting commissioners and all FCC members and staff who have been helpful as our group has worked to put together our work plan and present for this call and our plan symposium. I'd also like to thank Anna Gomez, Heather Gates, and Caroline Beasley for their leadership. Our subgroup is not going to present you with a new concept. Rather, we're going to focus on why we should fully support and advocate for an existing proven standard, the tax certificate incentive, which we want to be reauthorized. So our objectives are twofold. We want to highlight to the stakeholders, which includes minority and women owning or wanting to own stations, large broadcast companies involved in selling stations for business and divestiture purposes, legislators crafting bills and seeking support for such, and good media advocacy groups, including internal departments of media giants and also nonprofits. These groups, we want to highlight to these audiences the need for broadcast diversity, specifically minority and women broadcast ownership, and how the tax certificate incentive has in the past, and we think in the future, will help achieve greater broadcast diversity. So how to do that? First, we'll look at the track record, how minority and women always had the kind of ownership we have now? Has it been greater or less? How has it changed? Of course, reauthorization of the tax certificate bill has support, but we've designed our symposium to help persuade others of the need and value to get behind the new bill. Outcomes. Our subgroup's goal is to help provide accessible information to those trying to acquire license. Obvious question. Who do you contact? Is it a do-it-yourself job? How long does the process take? What licenses are available? Where do I find them? And also to provide guidance, like who would be a good mentor? Is there and where is there professional help to do this? Even questions like, what do I tell the bank if it's my first license and I have no track record? So one of the things we want to do at our symposium is to provide guidance to minorities and women in getting through the process successfully. Our speakers and panelists will provide answers, sources, and their own perspective to the larger stakeholder audiences I mentioned earlier. We think this kind of fast-paced discussion, touching on information about how the old tax certificate is needed now and how it has worked in the past in a good way to increase interest in it. Because the more people who know about it, the more they will support it. At least that's our view. And we hope the discussion by the panel will increase both public and government support for the bill too. We also expect our presentation to garner more advocates for the new tax bill that is being considered. Can we move to the next slide, please? Beginning with the invited congressional speakers, you know, for instance, those who are currently working on the new tax certificate bill, the sponsors of the bill, or the committee chairs of the committee now reviewing it, they'll touch on the history of licensing American Airways. I mean, everybody knows there was a golden age of radio in the U.S., but it wasn't golden for all Americans. So history will show that licensing, while beginning early, you know, I think Westinghouse got licensed in 1920, but there was no ownership minority and women early on. It wasn't until 30 years after, around 1949, that minorities got licensed. And at that time, there were, by 1978, from 1949 to 1978, there were only 40 radio and TV licenses. Then the tax certificate was enacted. And by the time it expired, ownership of minority and women broadcasters had increased to 288 radio and 43 TV. But once it expired again, the perennial challenges to the FCC mission became more dominant. So for instance, from 1997 to 1998, minority-owned radio and TV stations barely increased, like by about 0.1%, from 2.8% to 2.9%. And it has remained virtually the same ever since. So this means that ownership concentration in radio and TV remains empirically in the hands of a few, which doesn't even amount to 10% minorities and women. Is this a problem? Well, our group thinks it's a problem, and many other people do too, because 25 years after the expiration of the tax certificate, we see trends in broadcast ownership that are not in line with the FCC interest in encouraging broadcast diversity. Not of viewpoints. Media content could do better in reflecting a variety of perspectives. Not of programming. We need an increased variety of formats and content. Not of outlets. More independently owned outlets within a geographical market are needed. And not of minority and women broadcasters, which without real-time tracking is still estimated to be not much higher than the approximately 3% it was when the tax certificate expired. Media ownership among minorities and women in 2018, out of 17,000 broadcasting licenses, women and minorities own approximately 500. The tax certificate, while it was in existence, did curb monopolistic tendencies in broadcast licensing by addressing the legacy of exclusion. It encouraged minorities and women to get licenses, the limited voices and influence, and by the late to the game of available license. So the tax certificate addressed all of these. And with addressing these monopolistic tendencies, the tax certificate, while it existed, also addressed ownership concentration issues, which means it increased management experience among minorities and women, which has also contributed to the lack of access to capital and to mentors. Can we move to slide 11? The next slide. Yeah. So the political group panel will be moderated. It will be, we expect, a fast-flowing discussion with panelists from our targeted audience. The panelists and moderator will provide personal illustrations of opportunities taken, including the process and steps. We will have an individual minority or women broadcast owner panel. How will they speak to the opportunities taken? By describing their personal case and what has helped them, how they got their first license under the now expired tax certificate. where they went from there. Did they acquire more licensing? If so, was it easier? If so, why was it easier? They'll also be joined on the panel by a media industry panelist. This panelist will speak about opportunities taken by providing insight to how the expired tax certificate enabled their business to sell licenses as a good business practice. That was also doing good in the larger community by supporting broadcast diversity encouraged by the FCC among minorities and women. The panelists will delve into industry experiences, like how as a member of the media industry, their company came to sell a license to minorities and women broadcasters. How selling to minorities and women broadcasters can help in large audiences by both broadening and deepening the listening base. How they see new owners and their audiences become empowered. Perhaps provide information on some new owners responding to their communities and the new audiences. And were they empowered in their views through having more of their issues heard and broadcasted over public airwaves? And answer, of course, many other questions. We also plan to have a senior congressional staff as a panelist, which will provide some information on where the new tax certificate bill is now, where it goes next, and how they sort of see the process as it is unfolding. Our last panelist would be a good media advocacy panelist, and they would remind us of the need for broadcast diversity for reasons of public interest, convenience of information, and the necessity of reaching target audiences. Our current coronavirus pandemic emergency reveals multi-level disparities across our communities in the U.S. in the areas of healthcare, education, race, and more, all of which is hampering even penetration of local and national response to this emergency. This panelist will touch on the valuable role of increased diversity of minorities and women broadcasters to provide timely community outreach on local media, especially those served by minority communities. And that ends our presentation. Hello?
Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
Hi, this is Anna. Is that the end of the working group presentation?
I'm sorry,
No.
Anna, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was talking away and was on mute. Okay, so at this point, we're going to hand it over to Dr. Shukla, who will be presenting the broadcast subgroup objectives.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's an honor to present today for me, who comes from a medical background and who has ventured into broadcasting to create voice for Indian American community in United States. I want to first thank all my committee members, Mr. Raul Alarcon, Kip Dillard, Sherman Kizart, and James Winston for their valuable input, and want to thank Caroline Beasley for her guidance, and of course, timely support from Jamila and Julie from FCC. As our slide mentioned, the first slide mentions, we have identified 3 areas that we can work on over next 18 months to improve revenue for minority, socially disadvantaged individuals and women-owned broadcasters. We have seen that in all other businesses also, retention is much easier than recruitment. So rather, we can work on, of course, getting new members become owners of broadcasting media. But the current owners are also having difficult times to sustain their business model. And that is why revenue is extremely important. We have seen over last 10 years that ownership of minority-owned broadcasting has reduced significantly. And I think with this corona pandemic, we might see further reduction in ownership of minority, women-owned media owners because they would be hit very hard. And we all see that there is a tremendous reduction in our revenues since last 1 month. The first point that we want to talk about is identify potential rating measurement metrics for minority and women-owned broadcasters in order to attract sustainable advertising revenue from local and regional advertisers. This is an issue faced by all minority ethnic broadcasters because they are hardly ever rated by Nielsen rating measurements. And this has become like a vicious cycle. They do not get any rating, and because they don't have rating, they cannot really get business from major advertising agencies. And every time they try to pitch their business, everybody asks for rating, but they are not getting rated. And here there are twofold issues. One is the panels which are distributed by Nielsen. They are not distributed to identify minority-owned businesses, and especially ethnic broadcasters. So we need to work on twofold. One is to create a panel distribution, especially for minority-owned media. And the second is measurements of ratings, specially provided for minority and ethnic-owned media. This will help a lot so that they will be able to gain further revenue, and they will also be able to measure where they stand in their own market. We've spoken to Nielsen, and we plan to have Nielsen company send their representatives. They'll make a presentation in detail about how they are distributing their panels and how they are providing rating for minority, women-owned, and ethnic-owned media. Second point we want to talk about is how to reach multicultural departments. For minority-owned media, it's a very difficult access for them. It's very difficult to access multicultural departments of major advertising agencies. So we plan that we should invite them, create a panel of representatives from multi-ethnic and multicultural departments, advertising agencies, representatives, and provide us with some information on how minority-owned people can reach out to them. Third point that we are all experiencing now is getting revenue from governments. And so we need to support continued and increased use of a broad range of broadcasters, including those that particularly serve minority communities, to air federal, state, and local government advertising campaigns regarding important initiatives such as public health information during the COVID-19 pandemic. Can we have the next slide, please? So the third aim that I just mentioned, we plan to have an action to invite representatives of federal, state, and local government agencies to participate on Access to Capital Symposium panel to discuss how small minority and women-owned broadcasters can better access government-sponsored advertising campaigns. This will greatly help all minority, women-owned, and ethnic-owned media so that they can also have an access to this advertising dollars from government. This is our short presentation on what we plan to do at the symposium and work over next 18 months.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shukla. And I'd like to thank everyone for their time today. I am pleased to say that we are moving forward with a symposium, and we're looking at a date in June. We're just nailing down the exact date. But before opening up for questions, I do want to hand it over to Dewan, who has done some very interesting things within his market. And so, Dewan, I'm going to shoot it back over to you.
Thanks, Caroline. I'll be short and brief, but this kind of dovetails into what Rudy's group talked about, digital empowerment, how everyone does not have access as we might believe. Some of you may know, but I bought 2 TV stations in my hometown of Indianapolis, Indiana. I got a call from the superintendent of the largest school district in the state, Indianapolis Public Schools, and she said, "Hey, Dewan, I got problems. I can't get access to everybody because all my students don't have internet." And some of the things that Rudy's group talked about and what we heard, people in buses, people in libraries trying to gather around, they didn't have computers, trying to get their lessons. I had not heard that before the superintendent called me. So to make a long story short, I said, you know what, I'm going to help. I'm going to give over the air for 2 hours. I'm going to produce school lessons and air them free of charge for the entire school systems for K through 8th grade with the direction of the superintendent. So I'm telling you that because I'm a locally owned small business owner, bought a TV station in my town, and when we talk about digital empowerment and we talk about broadcasting, there's got to be a way as a group that we can merge the two, because I think we work together to accomplish needs for everybody, because not everybody will ever have access to internet, but I believe 99.5% of the country has access to free over-the-air TV.
Okay, thank you, Dewan. With that, we will open it up for questions for the group.
This is Fallon Wilson. I had a question. I put it in the chat box concerning how does the work of your subgroups intersect with the world of streaming, especially when many broadcast channels are now transitioning to stream on various platforms, with themselves also showing ownership that speaks of the type of disparity of ownership there too.
So in terms of our subgroups working via stream, is that the question? And how do we interact with that?
Yes.
So streaming is likely to be part of the business model of any broadcast station. So that would be the way to interact with that. What we're specifically focused on here is broadcast, radio, television, minority tax certificates via radio, television, and then revenue generation for radio, television. Obviously, there are going to be revenue generation opportunities via stream that either simulcast or provide adjacent content to our over-the-air products. I'm not sure if anyone else in within the subgroups would like to respond to this, but I would open that to any of the subgroups' comments.
And I guess, thank you for the clarity on it. I guess I was also thinking as a way of getting more people and minorities into the space of showing their content, and streaming seems like a good way, and that people like Quele, which is a independent Black woman-owned company that is streaming independent films created from the African diaspora. Just was wondering how that intersected, but if it's a part of a revenue model, then I get it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Dewan. Thank you, Nahuja and Dr. Shukla, for that very comprehensive proposal or work plan, I should say. For further comments, I believe S. Janelle had a comment and a question regarding the tax certificate work plan. Janelle?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, Dewan, I think you're exactly right. There are some synergies between legacy communications companies and our working group that's looking at technology, and would love to talk further with you offline. We are exploring all opportunities that can move the ball forward when it comes to serving underserved and unserved communities. So let's talk offline. Question for the political subgroup. Having worked at the FCC when the tax certificate was first repealed in March, worked through the Adirondack Constructors, Inc. versus Pena issues, the Supreme Court case that pretty much undermined all minority and women-based programs. And throughout my career with the Small Business Administration and private practice, the two obstacles you've identified, one, but the second one is race-based and constitutional legal issues, which are based on how you will define who gets the tax certificate, whether it is a minority, ethnic, or women-owned directly, or whether you're going to use small disadvantaged business. And then whatever the definition is, how are you going to create a record, a congressional record, in order for the new legislation to be sustained when there are court challenges? And we fully expect court challenges. So my question is, are you going to explore the different definitions in defining who would receive the tax certificate? And would one of your deliverables be, as well as your own symposium, but to get sufficient information for Congress to put on their congressional record? They will need to have an adequate congressional record that includes anecdotal and statistical evidence to sustain even doing the small disadvantaged business definition. So moving forward, are you going to address the definition? And then what work will you have with Congress for them to hold hearings or to import some of the recommendations and research that you find? Thank you.
Now, Huja, do you have comments on this, or?
Well, I can make a few comments, but not very much. We actually haven't discussed it. I think that, we have been meeting every week, and we will be meeting again on Thursday, and the suggestions that you make, we'll definitely discuss ways to create, to discuss this, and also to perhaps provide a mechanism and information for Congress to do so. We just haven't discussed it. I don't know, David or Henry or someone else may have some additional information that they can provide about how it has been done in the past and how they can suggest, given the, the legal limitations that you mentioned, we would have to consider to go forward with your concept.
I certainly appreciate that. I encourage you to include one of your deliverables is to help facilitate. Of course, you don't have total control, but certainly to encourage, particularly our friends on the Hill, to hold a hearing that includes some of the speakers that you've recommended. We've got so many broadcasters who are now in their 70s and 80s who benefited from the tax certificate, whose voice needs to be heard now while we can get them on the record. So it would be wonderful to have maybe one congressional hearing to come out of this in order to build this case for the tax certificate. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your consideration. And I'm also open to assist or to provide some background information. I've worked with David and Henry and just about everybody on your subcommittee. So I commend the work that you're doing. This is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Dr. Turner-Lee, I believe you have a couple questions.
Yeah, I think, thank you for the presentation from that group. Very, very thorough. I want to follow up on Janelle's questions. I have two questions. The first one is, have we been following, and I'm not up to date on this, so I'd like just some more clarification around the congressional efforts. I thought that G.K. Butterfield's office was trying to move forward with something like this, so just really interested in if there's, in the committee's examination of those efforts and how you see that connected to what you're doing. And then the second question is this intriguing idea of getting broadcasters involved in connectivity issues, which has not been a typical model. So I'm curious, given that the FCC has sort of intervened on the telecom side and has the Keep Americans Connected pledge, the extent to which this committee could also offer in the immediate some type of directive to the FCC to engage broadcasters, particularly when it comes to broadcasting lessons online. Because I think it's been done by a network, a station-to-station effort, like it was explained. So just curious if that was something that this subgroup was thinking about, or on Anna and Heather, something this committee might think about.
This is Nahuja. In reference to your question about sponsors of the bill, we are looking at those people, Butterfield in particular, Congressman Butterfield, because we think he would be very good, but we haven't been able to necessarily confirm when the symposium is going to take place, so we just haven't confirmed things. But we have a lot of interest in having the sponsors of the bill speak at our symposium, as well as if it's gone to the next committee. I think his bill in particular has moved down the road, and so we would be interested in having someone there speak too. Trying to think what your other question were. Oh, the broadcasters. We were only planning to have one panelist discuss that, but we have a lot of suggestions about who to use. So it may be easy to, sort of push those names forward as for a congressional hearing, because you're right. They have just a wealth of information and history of how to navigate the system in well, I won't say they seem to be harder times when you couldn't communicate with people as easily. And they really were determined to, become broadcast owners. So we have a couple people in mind, but we will be calling on each and everyone who has suggested they will help to help us, put together the best people for our symposium, and also to keep a list of people that perhaps we can suggest or provide for if there is going to be a congressional hearing, really listening to the broadcast side of it. I don't know if anyone else has any other comments, but that's it for me.
This is Marita. I have one more little comment, and that is that I understand that one of the slowdowns with the tax certificate bill is the need for more Republican sponsors. So just keep that in mind if that's something that we can help with.
This is Susan Allen. I'm not sure whether this is relevant, but in the event you need some more stories and details from the Asian American side of the broadcaster, not for radio but for television. I think a part of some of the folks at the FCC knows about Ravi Kapoor of DEI TV in San Jose, California. He would be a good resource for materials as well. Does that help?
Yes, I'll probably have to call to get additional information about the names that people are suggesting, but all of these will help. It'll give us, a very a good pool to draw from. And like I said, we can suggest these people as well if there is a hearing that's going to be held later down the road.
Yes, because I've been listening, hearing about stories about particularly Asian American broadcasters has been selling off because they've been forced to sell off or enticed to sell out. So there's increasingly less and less Asian American broadcasters. Let me know. I'll send you some of the information from the Chinese, Korean, and South Asian community who are broadcasters, who are the remaining of the species, I call it.
Yes. I will contact you, or you can certainly just send the information to me. I'm listed in under the political subgroup. So you can just email me the information that you have. I would appreciate it.
Sure. I'll get it from Jamila on your email address. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, folks, I don't see any more requests to comment. I do see some information flowing on the chat. So if you have not looked at the chat, I would commend you to look at it. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment or ask a question of the working group?
This is Milton Clipper. I'm on the political group. I'm just hoping as we all move forward that we move this process from a reactive position that it's the right thing to do to a very proactive position that this is good for our country. It's good for our national economics, our national resources. So this is important work, and I hope that we really try to advance it and to encourage people to be a part of the communications and the new internet environment. This is not just the right thing to do; it's the most important thing that we can do for our country.
Thank you for that.
Did we mention that who are the Republicans on the committee? Anybody know? Can you name the names?
This is Julie. I know that Greg Walden, who's one of the minority members on the committee, he has expressed that he would be willing to consider a tax certificate.
Okay. What state is he from?
I think Oregon, but don't quote me.
Yeah, I think that's Oregon.
And by the way, both Clint and Marita testified at the hearing. So we have committee members who are very much involved in the process.
This is Nicole Turley. I believe though he's retiring, right? Shortly.
He is.
That right?
Yes, he is. Mm-hmm.
This is afternoon, Chris. You may also want to consider meeting with the small business committees, because you don't have to sell them on the importance of small business to our economy and to the country, like Milton said. You just need to walk them through what the tax certificate will do to promote minority, ethnic ownership, women ownership as well. So it may be helpful to step outside the Commerce Committee a little bit and then engage with the small business. And I believe there are a couple of members that serve on both, and they may be able to help you as well. But the more congressional support you can get, the better.
I agree, Janelle. If I can get a list of the members on the committee, I'll help out by making some noise and see where it takes us.
This is Jamila. Thank you, Susan. I'll make sure you get that list. And just a point of clarification, the FCC's Office of Legislative Affairs is the entity that usually speaks for the FCC to the Hill. And so while we may be identifying persons who are involved or possibly interested in tax certificate legislation, this committee won't be directly interacting with Congress, but we will be trying to identify some of the resources and some of the people who have been advocates for this sort of policy. But we've been in touch with our Office of Legislative Affairs already. They're interested in joining us on this effort, and so that's the approach that we're going to take. Thanks.
Right. It's Susan again. Just one last thing. I'm thinking of not just doing it as a member of committee. I never do that without clearing with the committee here. I thought that as a trade association that advocates for minority opportunities, I also see that as Janelle does. This is an opportunity and economic development opportunity to reach out to help the community to get into a newer areas of growth potential. So I thought that if I know who they are, then we would, as a matter of our regular practice, communicate our desire, our interest in the individual members in taking a look at where they think. And if I know the state and the district where they are located, and I will try to identify our members in those states and districts and advocate and see how far that would take us.
I think you're exactly right. Yeah, you're exactly right, Susan. And I'm looking forward actually to linking you, Nahuja, and her committee because I think you can help them a great deal. And certainly we don't want in this season to lose ownership diversity because folk are having difficulty. So we're absolutely going to connect you and Nahuja. So yeah, okay. You're right on.
Okay, thank you for that. And as I said, thank you very, very, very much for this working group. This has been a very interesting discussion. And again, another example of how this pandemic has just laid bare some of many of the issues that folks were already facing, but now are even being pressed further. So this committee's work is very important, both of the subgroups as well. So that said, I'm going to follow the same process as the last time and say that if, unless there are any objections, we will accept the work plan of the working group. So I will give you a minute or so to raise any objections. Give people a chance to respond, and otherwise we will move forward. Okay, absent any objections, the Access to Capital Working Group work plan is accepted. We will now take a 15-minute break and we'll resume, we will resume at exactly 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Talk to you guys soon. Less than a minute. Welcome back to everybody. This has been such a productive session. This is Anna Gomez for our transcriber. Sorry, I've lost my place in our notes. And for our last working group, our next presenter will be Dr. Nicole Turner-Lee. She will lead the discussion of the diversity in tech sector working groups. Actually, I should have made sure, Dr. Nicole Turner-Lee, that you are on the line.
I'm on the line.
All right. In that case, I'm turning it over to you.
I've been kicked out of my normal space by my child. I want to make sure you can hear me. I'm sitting as close to the outdoors as possible. So I want to say thank you. Can hear? Okay, perfect. So I use him upstairs in my house. Okay, I want to say thank you to Chairman Pai, to the distinguished commissioners, to the distinguished leaders of this committee, as well as the FCC designated officers And I also want to say thank you to the previous presentations. Though we are last, I'm not going to say that you're the best. No, but we hope to share, I think, some information today that will, I think, add on to the previous presentations that we've heard, in addition to spurring some additional questions. So this is an interesting committee overall, particularly for someone like me who has worked in the digital divide space. But I'm joined by a very powerful group of leaders who have worked in this space in previous years. So if the person wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide, which actually shows the working group members, from Maria Brennan, who's at Women in Cable Telecommunications, to Rosa Mendoza, who's at Avanza, Deborah Elam, who is at the Corporate Playbook, Marita Coley, Flippin, who's at MMTC, Lori Hall from TV One, Rashidi Hendricks, who's at Metallic Entertainment, Dr. Ron Johnson, who's at the Wireless Infrastructure Association, Clint Odom, who runs the National Urban League's Washington Bureau, Sean Perriman, who is at the Internet Association, Brian Scarpelli, who's at ACT, and Dr. Fallon Wilson, who's at Black Tech Mecca, and Christopher Wood, who's at LGBT Tech Partnership and Institute. I'd ask anybody who doesn't have their phone muted if you could do so. Okay. And so our group of people who you can see come from a range of private sector opportunities as well as associations, and some having worked in the academic sector or in the public sector, really had to be thoughtful about what we wanted to do in this iteration of the Diversity in Tech Working Group. If you all recall, and please proceed to the next slide, last year, under the leadership of Mark Morial, we had a working group who completed a comprehensive study of tech diversity after the very glaring realities that companies that were in the Silicon Valley area were very underrepresented when it came to executives as well as CEO level members, board members, and C-suite board members. And so that committee spent some time, I think, starting a conversation with members of that community. If some of you who were on the formal committee last year remember that they delivered a report that aggregated the data, with the main point being to surface, I think, 2 to 3 really big issues that the tech community needed to deal with, especially around the underemployment and lack of promotional opportunities for women and people of color in the sector. That report is available on the FCC website. It really shares, I think, the depth of companies that at the time of the study were sort of in their infancy stage moving into teenage years, where their reach, their profit margins, and their visibility were high, and they continue to be high, but they had more lessons to learn when it came to diversity and inclusion. In particular, when you place them against regulated industries that have had to actually pay attention to those types of metrics. But again, that served as the basis for this year's work. And as we were looking at that initial objective, our committee really began to think through where can we have the most impact. So as I suggested to Rudy when he asked for my comments, we also tried to keep top of mind what is in the FCC's jurisdiction and what's in their authority to actually act upon, so that we did not have a committee where essentially we were giving recommendations that were very good in terms of improving upon diversity and inclusion, but they were not actionable, or there was no way for the FCC to ensure their enforcement. The other charge of this committee is obviously an issue that is very important to all of us, which is pipeline. And you will see in the various subgroup presentations that I'll pivot to in just a moment that will be discussed at various levels. But again, I want to just reiterate that there was a really great report that came from this committee last year. Next slide. Now, in response to the fact that our committee felt, and this is prior to COVID-19, and then I'll speak about where we are right now with the coronavirus, we felt that tech companies should not be the only people that are placed under the radar when it comes to diversity and inclusion. And I want to share with you, in reference to the first bullet about diverse individuals, communities, and businesses are underrepresented and under-resourced. Let me just share with you a few statistics that I was able to grab that would really highlight the magnitude of this issue.
See you later.
Right now, only 22% of tech jobs are held by women. 16% of women hold senior level positions in the tech industry, and 10% hold executive level positions. When it comes to people of color, compared to the median income earnings of men, we make less, and that is particularly for Asian Americans, African Americans, Latino Americans, and Native Americans. That is proportionately unfair, given that in all of the categories that I just mentioned, we're under 5% of representation. So the misnomer that Asian Americans by themselves are over-indexed in this industry is not necessarily true. They may work in a variety of issues, but when it comes to decision-making positions, that's not normally the case. And so that's just the tech sector. While the telecommunications sector is doing much better and they're a lot more transparent about their data, though I do a huge shout to Sean Perryman from the Internet Association that recently published a dashboard on diversity metrics for the tech industry. We see the same type of diversity, if not greater, actually, in telecommunications industries, particularly incumbents who've had a track record of identifying people. But what our committee also identified is that there will be new opportunities that will come from the telecom industry, especially those initiated by the FCC, that need to also be diverse. And that includes 5G build-out. You know, have we thought about the diversity when it comes to the contractors that are going to be building these networks? Have we thought about the customer service jobs that will be responsible for troubleshooting? The commission has put a lot of money in 5G grants, and so part of our charge in this committee is to make sure that workforce diversity across the entire ecosystem is representative, that we feel that it's not just a tech issue, but it's also an issue when you go into the other regulated industries. On the tech and telecommunications companies, I want to be clear that in spite of a famine, they're doing quite well. I want to applaud the companies, as has already been stated, for the services they've been able to do, and I see Rudy shared with the group, even Comcast has been able to extend their benefits. And so what is very interesting, and I haven't had a chance to dig my feet all the way in it, but we know that in the midst of famine, there's been great progress in terms of the progression of the models, products, and services from the digital ecosystem. Which leads me to the third point, in terms of the economic and social uncertainties that are now in the marketplace as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I know many of you watch the news and you've heard the statement that when I don't know whose phone is off of mute, but if everybody could just do a quick look at your phone and just make sure it's on mute, that'd be great. Because whoever's moving stuff around, I can hear everything that you're saying, and I don't want to hear nothing personal by accident. Okay, perfect. So some of you have heard the statement with the pandemic that when the country catches a cold, the most vulnerable catch the flu. And I'm sure many of you have also seen that small businesses, particularly those of color and owned by women, are not receiving some of the funds coming out of the stimulus grants. And as a result of that, I think these economic and social uncertainties sort of also fall into the bailiwick of our committee, because that will determine the extent to which small businesses are supported or sustainable after we come out of this. And so we have that also as our current landscape when you see where we're going in our presentations, that these types of economic as well as the social uncertainties that we've discussed in terms of people's ability to connect are challenges and they're threats going forward. And so I like the way that the chairman sort of started when he said, there are new products and services being developed every day by the tech sector. And so the charge of our committee under the guise of its full statement of purpose is really to pay attention to the diversity and inclusion that needs to happen in the spaces of federal procurement or supply diversity, workforce hiring, and entrepreneurial engagement. And I can tell you, I'm one lucky person, if you go to the next slide, because we have people who are represented in each of those areas. So next slide, please. So we built our work like a three-legged stool. Given the current landscape, given the fact that this committee is very important to the chairman and the FCC, we decided to build it along the pillars of workforce diversity and inclusion, supplier diversity, and startup diversity. And we had another group in there, but I think I captured it, and my committee will be able to chime in later in terms of how we set this up. That we actually see this, as something that is a continuous conversation to ensure that that's not forgotten in the broader scheme of things. So Rosa Mendoza was the chair of this subgroup on workforce diversity and inclusion. In just a moment, she will provide us with a presentation. Dr. Ronald Johnson is the chair of that subgroup of supplier diversity, and Dr. Fallon Wilson is the subhead of the group on startup diversity. And before I turn first to Rosa, I would like to just share one more thing that is in my notes. And that has a lot to do with, as everyone has sort of mentioned, that we have deliverables, and you'll hear the deliverables that we also expect to generate over the remainder of our term. The key thing for us is that we want action and we want some level of change. And so as Susan Allen mentioned when she was trying to figure out a way to move forward on the recommendations of the previous group, I welcome anybody that is on this call to chime in at the end to sort of help us think about how do we make these recommendations, actionable, so that we as a committee can demonstrate that we care about this. And I cannot reiterate enough that in each of these buckets, there's activities that are happening right now at the commission where the value of this advice and counsel from this committee really will matter. Just take a look at the commission website in the last week, and you will see perhaps appropriations almost at the billions of dollars when it comes to new contracts and services to accommodate the mitigation of the spread of the coronavirus. So these opportunities exist today. They should be embedded with a diversity and inclusion focus, but not just in the traditional sense. As I turn it over to Rosa, we also feel as the committee that the amount of information that is being gathered from individuals during this time will create different types of business opportunities. And David Honig and Marita know when I was at MMTC, we had a real big interest in micro-targeting of populations as well. And the way that you actually can impact that is making sure that there are people at the table that can help influence the messaging, the products and services being directed to women and people of color. So please keep that in mind as you think about our presentations, because that's the large umbrella or the large platform for this three-legged stool. So Madam Chairwoman, I'm going to divert attention now to Rosa Mendoza on workforce diversity. She'll be followed by Dr. Ronald Johnson, who will speak on the supplier diversity side in terms of the intentions of this group. And Dr. Fallon Wilson will close us out before I return with a summary and questions.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Rosa Mendoza, and I'm the president and CEO of Alvanza. Thank you, Nicole. It's absolutely always a pleasure to work with you. And it's also a pleasure to be part of this talented group of people working to increase diversity and inclusion in the tech sector. And thank you so much to the FCC for including Alvanza. My team and I feel that it's very important to promote diversity and inclusion in all types of companies, big and small. And it's my understanding that thus far, this committee has mainly worked with large tech companies, but we feel that it's equally important to ensure that small and medium-sized companies also have adequate levels of diversity and inclusion, especially because a lot of these companies have a big presence in underserved communities. And by small, we don't mean tiny, tiny companies. I mean, we're comparing small companies to huge tech companies. So these are still good-sized companies. We want to make sure that the diversity reflects the diversity in our country. The diversity in these companies reflects the diversity in our country. And we want to make sure that we create a more equal nation where all communities share equally in the possibility of the American dream. So the goal for our project is to directly promote diversity and inclusion in small, medium, and large-size tech companies, to gather information to inform the creation of strategies specifically designed to help these companies increase diversity and inclusion by providing specific advice and guidance on how to do so. And to provide information and resources to underserved communities, about how to obtain jobs in these tech companies and to help create a pipeline of qualified, diverse candidates in the tech industry. And by the way, as a side note, on a different subject, I have some issues with WebEx, so I can't see the slides. So unfortunately, I cannot guide whoever is changing the slides, but if you don't mind kind of going along and moving them as I gave my brief presentation. I just mentioned the goal of our project, and I'm now going to move on to the expected outcomes and deliverables for the person that is moving the slides. And those outcomes and deliverables include a best practices diversity and inclusion document for companies, the creation of a formal mechanism for the flow of information to diverse candidates about these industries, formalizing follow-up with small and medium-sized companies to measure and assess improvements and their use of the committee's recommendations. We plan to start this project by identifying small and medium-sized companies we can work with. We will hold meetings, do interviews with key staff at these companies, ideally with executive leadership. We will gather data on the current state of diversity and inclusion across the identified companies. And in order to establish a baseline, we will get metrics, if possible, such as the percentage of Latinos, women, African Americans, LGBT, and other underserved communities at these companies. Once we are able to gather the needed information, we will analyze that information and create a best practices document to support small, medium, and large-sized companies in the tech industry. This best practices document is meant to add value and to build on the report and the work that has already been done by this committee. We will use the collected data to analyze what companies are doing with regard to diversity and inclusion and to identify some common best practices from some of the companies that are actually doing a better job on the diversity and inclusion front. We will also provide strategies to help companies address the issues and gaps that are holding them back. And we will also provide resources for use and information for recruitment and retention. And in order to ensure that this effort is having a material impact, we will follow up to measure and assess progress. The committee will create benchmarks to follow up and assess impact. We will create a survey of some kind to gather responses for the purpose of analysis. And finally, in order to also ensure that there is a strong pipeline of people, specifically from underserved communities, ready to take on the opportunities in the tech industry, we will also organize and execute workshops to educate people from underserved communities about how to prepare to get a job in the tech industry. These workshops are obviously going to be specific for people from diverse backgrounds interested in employment in these sectors. And some of the topics of the workshops will include networking, resume writing, the importance of STEM education, and other important subjects. For members of underserved communities, we will also develop a roadmap or some sort of guidebook on how to navigate the hiring process of these companies, because some of these companies have an extremely difficult interview process that underserved communities must be aware of and know how to prepare for. This is all I have. Marita, team, did I miss anything?
No, I think that was great. If you can, first of all, I want to thank Rosa for leading our group and for being so creative about these opportunities. One of the things that you'll find in our group is that we're building on what the last diversity committee did, which was to assemble data from a number of the larger tech companies about how their, best practices, work. And then this year, we want to focus on implementation and actually doing some tangible things to have some tangible outcomes, as Rosa mentioned. And one of the other things you might have noticed is that we did decide we wanted to take a look at some of the smaller and medium-sized tech companies, because there are a lot of companies, and we felt like this time we want to, kind of reach out and have some conversations with a diverse array of tech companies. So anybody else on our team want to weigh in?
Anybody else? Marita, this is Nicole. I do want to actually bring up, while we're still on this as well, I want to share with the group a recent couple of interactions, very anecdotal, that I've actually experienced, I think, on this roadmap and why it will be so valuable. So as you all know, in the midst of this pandemic, there have been new industries that have developed, right? Video conferencing has become even more popular. And there are lots of jobs open right now. Lots of jobs open in those spaces, believe it or not, as these companies are pivoting into this pandemic. I have had several calls, and I'm not sure if some of you the same, from young lawyers and, college graduates or graduates of professional school of color who are so unfamiliar on how to apply for these jobs. And I mean, just in recent weeks, who are unfamiliar with the process of negotiating, who don't know what to ask for when they're provided with upfront stock options versus salary first. And so I just want to say that it's very useful what we're actually going to try to do with this committee in terms of this guidebook. And I'm thinking of people like Maria Brennan, who works with women in particular, where, there are just some unspoken as well as spoken rules that communities that are not representative just don't know the answers to. So I think that was a very nice addition of this group to speak also to populations that want to interact by finding out from companies what kinds of skill sets are they looking for, what kinds of interpersonal skills. So Maria, I don't know if you want to chime in just on your experience, but I mean, I think that will be great opportunities, right, for people to have that roadmap.
Absolutely, and thank you, Nicole. Yes, and in fact, one of the things we do that puts us in kind of rare air, and Nicole, you know this all too well, is we actually commission original research that does that benchmarking, so that we can measure women and people of color within the industry, and also from it we devise best practices. So I was able to share that with Nicole when we started our journey, this iteration, and I'm happy to share as we get a little bit further downstream ways that we have determined best practices inside these individual organizations that really have managed to move the needle further faster, and in fact, in some respects, are doing better than national averages in not just our industry, but others. So we're able to emulate what they're doing, and happy to share that. Nicole?
Yep, no, thank you. Rosa, like you said, Chris or Deborah, any other contributions from your working group?
This is Chris. I think that, I think this is a really good plan moving forward. I really like the fact that we've broadened to include beyond just the tech sector, as you and I have had many conversations. And so I know I haven't said a lot, but I'm very proud of the plan that's going forward, and think it's a really good one, building on the work done in the previous diversity committee. Thanks.
Yeah, this is Deb Elam. I agree. I think this is a good strategy that can be very inclusive, that can be very impactful, that you can get companies, and again, I'm putting my hat on from my old job when I was inside of a company, who will go along with this in a way and not be resistant and see this as an approach that is collaborative and that wants to help, and that it's not a gotcha. So I feel very good about the plan that we've put forward.
At this time, I guess we'll open it up to the general committee just while the presentation is fresh to see if there's any questions. All right. So I want to thank Rosa and the committee for this work, and we submit this as part of the consideration of our full work plan at the end of our presentation. Now we want to pivot to the second leg of the three-legged stool, which is on supply diversity. So Dr. Ron Johnson, it is your platform to speak about the particular goals that you have with your committee, and turn it over to you.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Chairwoman Turner Lee. I always enjoy so much your articulation of issues and how you make them so plain and enjoyable, even for someone like me. And so thank you for that. And then good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for staying with us after lunch to hear our presentations on supply diversity. You've already met my team, and as I tell them all the time, either one of them could chair, this committee. They are well learned and skilled in their own areas of cognizance, and so we really appreciate their work. And as we move forward, there'll be just many more opportunities for them to participate at a very high level. Earlier today, Commissioner Carr in his remarks referenced infrastructure build-out. And so from our perspective, this is an important cornerstone of building workforces, that include underrepresented populations and universities, particularly HBCUs, through programs like the Registered Apprenticeship. This is an area where the WIA, my organization, and its 160 members have taken a leadership role led by our president and CEO, former FCC Commissioner Jonathan Adelstein. And likewise, MMTC has done some very impressive work in the area of apprenticeships under the leadership of President Marita Cooley. And so we want to thank both of those organizations for their contributions to workplace apprenticeship, which is a critical part of minority business and supply development. And so we really appreciate that. And so our research is centered around a concept that most of you all are very familiar with. It's called phenomenology, which is essentially looking at individual and business experiences in the cycle of life. And as you know, this is an approach for those who do research in qualitative research that focuses on the commonality of experiences and perceptions within a particular group. In this case, it's the telecom industry. We think that this approach will allow us to construct some universal meanings of events. Those events could be supply diversity programs, workshops, and panels. Situations like opportunities for diversity engagement through contracts and procurement best practices, and experiences like outcomes of diversity programs resulting in expanded business opportunities as these minority firms and diverse companies try to grow their enterprises. And so it's through this process that we will attempt to qualify and arrive at a more profound understanding, I guess, of the phenomena that we are investigating. And that phenomena is, in this case, the extent to which diverse suppliers are participating as contractors and subcontractors as America builds out the incredible amount of infrastructure needed to deliver 5G, broadband, and other innovative technologies to businesses and consumers in urban and rural areas of our nation, and all the while trying to deal with and be confronted with the demands for increased connectivity in the age and aftermath of uncertainty around COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. And so here, there are three areas or approaches that we're going to take under the notion of phenomenology. And one is the collection of data. 5G and rural broadband are the areas that we're going to concentrate on. But one of the challenges that we have in our industry is that there's just a lack of information, empirical data around diverse suppliers, their contributions to the telecommunication industry, particularly as it relates to infrastructure build-out, which undergirds the industry, and that is developing, designing, and building infrastructure for new technologies and new innovations that are coming online all the time. And out of that, we want to discern the level of diverse participation. And so we look in two major sectors for that: federal government and private industry. The Department of Commerce, USDA, and the FCC, they've targeted broadband employment. And so we want to do some additional research in that area. We know that diverse businesses are important economic drivers and sources of jobs and workforce upgrades for underserved and populations and communities. And so we want to take a real deep dive into the programs that emanate out of the federal side, particularly those agencies that I've just described. And then more, we also want to take this information and try to aggregate into some type of a data report very similar to what was done in 2019, and that was called, as you remember, the Diversity Best Practices Report. And I know Marita Cool and others participated with me in putting that report together. And so we're trying to find a way to increase the amount of sound empirical data because it is so imperative to helping the FCC and others to promulgate regulatory policy and program development. And as we try to put all of this together, we think a study and analysis of where diverse suppliers and in the telecom and related industries exist in this elongated chain of work activities. Where do they fit? How important are they? Are they being utilized? And to what extent they are being utilized? And so comparatively, our subgroup would be interested in trying to unearth similar and transferable best practices between industries that we studied before and the wireless industry and telecom industry more broadly that we're going to look at through our work and our study and see how they are closely aligned and whether or not the technological implications here are interdependent, and we believe that they are. Next slide. So we have designed some expected outcomes and deliverables as has been requested. And of course, we look forward to having a pretty massive, but at the same time, simplistic report of sampling of supply diversity programs around the country in telecom. And in that report, we also will look at successes and challenges. And let me just say, more than anecdotally here, we're looking at more than just challenges and failures. We want to look at success stories. What has worked for some companies? What has not worked for some companies? And share that data, share those programs with other organizations and with other industry partners. We know that there are just a plethora of supply diversity programs right now, and some of them are extremely successful. And so we want to examine from a structured cross-sampling approach of as many of these as possible. And as we construct our report, we will not only be looking at the great challenges I said before, but also the successes. And we want to share those successes, try to get other industry partners to replicate those successes, and then include in our report a set of best practices that can be transferable. And we know from various reports that we've already seen and some from preliminary data that some companies are doing very well. For example, there are at least 3 major telecom providers that are in the billion-dollar roundtable, and that's a laudable achievement to know that you have procured from diverse companies $1 billion plus on an annual basis. And those companies should be recognized because obviously embedded in those companies' processes must be some lessons learned that might be transferable to other organizations. So we're going to take a deep dive into the companies that are very successful as well. Then out of that, we'll have some periodic reports during the process of getting to our final report. It's kind of hard to, and you're doing this kind of research, to get a very precise timeline because as you dive more granular into information that we're going to unearth, we'll find that timelines might have to be changed because we find new paradigms that we had not seen before. We maybe find some research that others have done that we did not know about before. And so our plan is, however, to have our final report into you, Dr. Lee, at least 60 days before the final report is due to the commission and to the FCC managers of this process. And so there are some keys, we think, to our success, and we're experiencing some of those already. I think our ability to gain access to documents that are not regularly available, and here we'll have to look to the FCC and to some of our industry partners to provide data in their databases that we do not have access to. We think that having coordination and synergy with our other working subgroups will help us quite a bit. I know the Digital Empowerment Subgroup led by Janelle Trigg and Susan Allen is very important to our work. We have been involved in, as you all know, supply diversity workshops at the FCC for many previous years. And so we look forward to working with that subgroup and share our experiences and learn from them as they move toward developing their program and as we look at their end result. And so we will continue to look for feedback from you, Dr. Lee, and from the FCC staff as we move forward. We always think that your constructive input is always very helpful, and we know, Dr. Lee, you're going to give it to us whether or not we want it or not, and we appreciate that. And so we look forward to continuing to receive your constructive updates and information as we proceed further. That's the basis of my report. We've tried to encapsulate as much as we can in the 5 or 6 minutes we were allotted. And so if there are any comments or questions, you can certainly address them to Dr. Lee, and she will cipher them out as she feels appropriate.
Yes, and thank you very much, Dr. Johnson. And I want to open it up to Sean and Maria as other fellow members of the committee who are on the call. If there's any other input that you'd like to provide or offer.
As usual, Ron did a fantastic job, so I'm okay.
Sean, you good? Thank you, Ron. And then I actually have a formal question for the people who presented earlier in terms of their supplier diversity initiative. I know you all had a call. I'm not sure if you want to share, Ron, in this call, what you all are thinking in terms of some coordination as part of the work plan going forward.
So I can take a first stab at that, Dr. Lee. I mean, clearly, as I listened to Janelle's report and Susan's report and others, particularly around the workshops, which are of great interest to our subcommittee. So I will be talking with both of them, and other members of my committee will doing the same to see where there would be some intersections in what they're doing as they prepare for these workshops and how we might be useful. I think now as I think about the outcomes that Janelle and Susan presented for their working group, we'll be interested to know the participation level, whether or not at the end of the presentations and perhaps weeks after, were they successful to the extent that these businesses that participated in the workshops, accrued some benefit in terms of contracts or opportunities for contracts as a result of their workshops. And I think Janelle has already said she agrees with me that that is an outcome measurement that we certainly should look for.
I don't know if Janelle's still on the call or Susan. Was there any things that you guys wanted to chime in for our presentation here so we could take note of it for the work plan?
Yes. That was Janelle speaking.
Oh, Janelle. Go ahead, Janelle. Go ahead.
Susan and I sometimes have like really support
Did we lose
Is it me or are we? Janelle, I think we're losing you, so you might be in a... Yeah. Is that you, Janelle?
Yes, this is Janelle.
Okay.
Are you sitting by the pool or by the lake, Janelle?
I wasn't gonna give her away.
I'm watching.
She's by the pool.
Yeah, we've lost her.
Susan, go ahead. Why don't you chime in, and then we'll have Janelle when she comes back.
Yeah, I just want to say that it was great, wonderful. I don't have anything to add to Austin. Actually, you added a lot more to my think tank here, and so I think what we ought to do then after this, we meet ourselves here just like this, the way we do today. Today's a great example of how we can, the whole group of 30-some people, get together and still be organized and respect each other, not trip over. So, Jamila, congratulations for hurting this crowd. I'd love to quickly soon come together and plan. I know that COVID-19 has put a lot of things in doubt. I don't know where, but it would be good to put some of our thoughts coming out of this on paper again and how we can integrate the two. Perhaps we can consolidate our efforts and do the two events. That's what I mean by coming into the kitchen, because I know you're all there, right, with your
your top hat ready and with your the wok or the pan or whatever, we can start cooking. Janelle, back over.
I'm back on. My phone is dead. Sorry about that.
So Janelle, again, did you have anything? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Susan, go ahead. Make your comments if you haven't already.
Oh, she spoke, so it's up to you now, honey. Janelle, I did already. Nothing you don't know, so go ahead.
I believe on our conference call with the Supply Diversity Working Group, we also wanted to share some of their findings and information about different types of programs, different types of maybe even best practices or companies that are really engaged in supply diversity. We wanted to share of communications business opportunities to post on their website, so that way there would be a more time manner waiting for our tech opportunity workshop and our symposium. So I look forward to the information that this working group can provide to us, and then we can share it with everyone else.
No, thank you for that. And we promised the chairwoman that we would not duplicate a lot of workshops. So wherever we can, make sure that we try to tag on to each other's events. I think that's something that's also shared by the committee chair people as well. Rudy and I agree with that. So yeah, no, I think going forward, and I think someone mentioned it, I think this is still going to be a major concern, particularly as we see more contracts open up, to ensure that there is a supply diversity in place, a plan in place, as well as some intentionality about it.
Right.
So, Dr. Johnson, any more comments from the general group?
Well, I think your last comments were certainly right on point, Nicole, and certainly we look forward to working with you. And I will reach out to Janelle directly and Susan and have some conversation with them. I'd also like to say that I shared with some university colleagues of mine, former colleagues of mine, in a broad kind of way, what we were looking at in our subcommittee. And I tell you, there's a tremendous interest about how this is going to unfold and how our research goes. And they have offered to help in any way they can. So I would like to talk with you offline about a way that we could include some subject matter experts on our team on a voluntary basis, obviously, to have some input and review some of the data, and in fact help us do some data mining if we get to that point. So we can talk about that later. But I just wanted to share that with you so everyone could hear the conversation. So
no, it makes sense to me. No, thank you. No, thank you for thinking forward, and thank you for creating an appetite for the work that will come out of this group.
Yeah, there is a great appetite for it. Yeah, great appetite for it.
No, I know. There has to be. Yeah. There has to be. Coming out of this, we got to take some lessons learned to make sure we don't get behind.
Absolutely.
Our last presentation is from Dr. Fallon Wilson. I swear I've not been on a committee with this many doctors in a long time. So the next esteemed doctor is Dr.
Just
Wilson.
Don't get sick on us, though, because we can't help you in that area.
I know, right? It just means that we'll have a slower process because doctors usually taking a lot of input. If you're like me, it takes longer.
Right.
So Dr. Wilson is heading with the Startup Diversity Committee, who also involves and includes Rashidi and Clint. And before she starts, I want to say something really important about this committee. We also had a committee that Sean was leading that we took that pillar off of the stool, that was really looking at what we thought could potentially become like bias and discrimination or profiling when it came to the communities that we're concerned about on this committee. And so we thought that there's not been a conversation about the digital tech ecosystem, and that is who my dear friend Cheryl Dorsey refers to as the people who are the tech entrepreneurs that are getting things done on the ideation side. And so this part of our committee, I think, really will be eye-opening, because not only will we talk about it, but we have people on this committee who are working on it or part of that community that will be able to really bring, I think, some expertise to the dialogue. So with that, Fallon, I want to open it up to you to do the same thing as your previous co-chairs, to talk a little bit about the work of your committee before we take questions, and then go into general dialogue before we hopefully get approval on our work plan.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. Yes, I am a doctor, but I probably wish I was actually a medical doctor to be more helpful in what our communities and nation is experiencing. So thank you for that. I'm the executive director of Black Tech Mecca, and I have had the great privilege to work alongside Dr. Nicole and the many FCC officials and Clint and Rashidi, and thinking through how to really support minority women and small business owner organizations, or what we call entrepreneurship support organizations, and trying to figure out really how to make them stronger so that they can really support our tech founders across the U.S. There are many efforts launched to support entrepreneurs, in particular our subgroup tech founders. But given the pandemic, we want to be intentional about supporting women and minority and small business entrepreneurship support organizations. In normal times, these organizations are not only incubators for tech businesses and sources of capital formation and access, but they also serve as local city-based tech ecosystem building hubs, where they're involved not only in discussions on the innovation economy, but also engaged in discussions and programming on digital inclusion and broadband access in K-12. They get called on to have discussions about post-secondary STEM opportunities and connecting them to tech companies. They also are involved in discussions with tech companies about attrition and attrition rates as it relates to inclusion of certain communities. And they're also involved in discussions on data privacy and ownership. These both national and local organizations are like anchors and hubs. And so we want to really figure out how to first operationalize what they do so that people can have a more thorough understanding of who they are, and then convene those organizations. And so some of those, as an example, some of those national partners organizations that support women, minority, and small business owners are Venture for America, who supports those entrepreneurs coming straight out of college, SoGal, which supports the women tech founders, ACCU.DC, who supports students in ACCUs as they think about a world of work in venture capital to solve the issue of bias in those networks. Start out with support LGBTI.
Hold on one second.
Did I pause?
No, we just need people to mute their phones.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So in addition to, Start Out supports LGBTIA tech founders and entrepreneurs in the U.S. UNCF Innovation, Commercialization, and Entrepreneurship supports HBCUs. The Latino Business Action Network supports Latino Latinx founders. The Asian Business Association does the exact same work. And an umbrella for these national partners or national research providers is the Kaufman eShip community, where Kaufman is really engaged in trying to build a playbook and also canonize what these providers do, not only in relation to incubation and supporting of business development for communities, but how they are intersections. And some local examples, which are hyper-local organizations that support women and minority entrepreneur organizations, would be the work that Code Fever does in Miami, Florida, or Bruns Valley does in Birmingham, where they're doing the exact same work these national partners are doing, but having conversations about access to capital while also having greedy conversations about digital inclusion. And so part of the work of our subgroup is, once again, how do you really define what they do? Because on the surface, it looks as if they're only supporting Black businesses, but if you really talk with them and begin getting some information on what they do, they serve as like a ecosystem hub for cities and for national conversations. And so if we look at our objectives, we're going to develop a definition for these organizations so that they can be supported based on all what they do, not what we assume they do because they are in business. And then we're going to promote the roles of these organizations in the current digital economy, or the innovation economy is one way to put it. And then once we really define who and what they are, we hope to then convene them to have a conversation on access to capital, but also what are the efforts that they're doing locally and nationally to support entrepreneurs in the various domains in this season of COVID. And so our deliverables, do you mind going to the next slide, please? Our deliverables will be that we're going to create a digital resource guide or roadmap for minority, women-owned, small business, tech, entrepreneurship support organizations. I promise you, we're going to think of a better title because that is a lot to say. But these are definitely ecosystem building organizations to explore how they can optimize their work to support the founders that they're working with. Secondly, we will once again outline their roles. And do you mind going to the next slide? I've already covered that. We hope to organize a workshop, a convening, where we will be able to share with partners what the work of these organizations are doing nationally and locally, and be able to connect them with partners who have access to resources and funding that can be flowed through these support organizations down to founders. And we think that's important because you have to have a mechanism to do this. And having, in my opinion, national initiatives that just create funds for entrepreneurs without thinking about the organizations that really fall in the gap for them is not really helpful. And so our work plan, next slide please, would include launching in August, gathering information on minority women and small business support organizations to educate communities about their resources and their impact. And that includes developing a list of those organizations and also talking with them directly to get more information. And then in late October, we hope to perform analysis received from these conversations with these organizations about who they serve, what the impact is, and then to eventually invite them to a convening where we will have these discussions so that people can know exactly who and what they are. And then also have a nationwide discussion on how they're actually helping during this pandemic, especially given some of the challenges we're now experiencing with the CARES Act and the PP distribution for communities and businesses who are often in our most vulnerable communities. And lastly, our hope is to develop a digital resource guide or a roadmap that once again takes all the information we gained about what they do, who they are, and create some type of digital roadmap that would allow both the public to understand what they do and to get access to the work that they're doing, but also for us to have some way to understand the types of resources that they would consistently need to be supportive of the many communities that they serve. And so that is our work, and I turn it back over to Nicole for questions.
So before we go to general questions from the committee, I want to ask Fallon's peers on that committee to chime in if there's something that you would like to add. That would be Clint or Rashidi.
Hi, this is Clint, and I want to thank Dr. Fallon and the other members of the subgroup and Nicole. As somebody who's been on this earth long enough to actually remember the origins of the previous tech boom, I think what we're doing here is an important step to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes that we made in the early 90s, where diversity was not only an afterthought, but it was something that wasn't even thought about until after closing of successive mergers. And I think we are still early enough in the growth cycle of these companies to do what I think they are inclined to do anyway, which is to embed diversity into their culture, hopefully from the beginning, so that as they grow into larger, mature companies, if not, certainly not in terms of market cap. One of the big differences between the 90s and now is these companies come out with really large market capitalizations. But culturally, talking about diversity early enough in their life cycle, culturally, we can start to make some gains and avert some of the mistakes that we made last go round. So I'm really happy to have been around that long and really pleased to see young people like Dr. Fallon really leading the charge. It gives me a lot of confidence that we're going to get there.
That's great.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute. I'm sorry. Rashidi, anything to add?
No, nothing to add at this time. I think we're going in the right direction, and I think that the tech industry needs these initiatives in order to really survive. I think that we're a large sector of the content creators as far as the developers of apps and the tech industry. So we need to be in a position where we can really be at the seat of the table. And I think that these initiatives that we are developing will allow us to kind of have that access. So to piggyback off of what Clint said, we're able to kind of matriculate into bigger entities instead of just being, at the startup level. We actually can turn into companies. So we move forward.
Yeah, I want to, before I open it up to the general committee, I want to just comment on that. First, I want to say thank you to the chairman of the FCC for allowing the committee to spend some energy in this space, particularly given the lack of authority by the FCC to do anything directly, right, when it comes to the tech sector in particular. They have other pressures, but this may not fall sweetly there. But this chairman has pretty much been dedicated to looking at this issue for a number of years now. So again, I want to throw him his props for that. But I also love what Rashidi said because, and again, I cannot help but to contextualize this conversation within the scope of current events. When the stimulus funding came out, there were a lot of waivers made, and there were to who could qualify for unemployment insurance. And one of the areas that was specified was around independent contractors and other self-employed people, which many of you on this call know when it comes to minority and women-owned businesses. Barbershops and beauty shops and other independent contractors fall within that sweet spot. And I read an article on LinkedIn in particular about the tech sector and people across that industry who are developing ideas and services and products that are building those not necessarily in the garage of Silicon Valley, but in the, apartment homes in Harlem, New York, and, in Birmingham and other places. And I thought, to Rashidi's point, like the work of this committee, I think will bring some voice and name to who is in this ecology. So I really am impressed by the committee's ability to come up with a presentation that allows for some, deep thinking and analysis around, who we are if you're a tech entrepreneur. And I know last year we spent some time with the previous committee bringing some of those people in. But as Marita mentioned earlier, I think the focus on the small and medium-sized core businesses will be very valuable to, the FCC leadership who's interested in sort of framing future conversations of our inclusion in predominant debate. So I just wanted to bring that out for people who may have questions, because I think as we come back to what resembles some type of normalcy, these industries exist now, right? The sharing economy has made many of these positions possible, but I do really, I'm just proud to be part of a group that is so forward thinking, because that is where the future of communications is really leading. So at this point, after I have now gotten off of my preacher pulpit, I want to open it up to anybody on the broad committee that has questions of Dr. Fallon's group.
So, Dr. Lee, this is Ron. I don't have a question. I just have a quick comment, though, to Dr. Wilson. I just think it's fabulous that her committee is looking at the imposition of intermediaries in the chain of events that gets us to a more perfect allocation of resources to minority women and small entrepreneurs around the country. I just think it's a wonderful concept, and I look forward to co-authoring her book with her on the subject when she's ready.
Love it. I received that as a co-authorship. We just wanted to really highlight, as Dr. Nicole shared, the ecosystem builders who, at the end of the day, if the forecasts are looking like it does for businesses who are minority women and small business, and what it means in the next 5 to 10 months, they're the ones who will go knock on the doors and say, get connected. Let's figure out how to make this work. And so building support around those ecosystem builders, those folks who are like anchors, both nationally and locally for entrepreneurs who are our most valuable, vulnerable and valuable communities is important. So, yes.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Yeah. Any other feedback or comments for Dr. Fallon's group?
This is
I was going to say also that this is Rashidi. That what's really great about our group too is that there may be still some synergies on the capital finance side as well, in figuring out how to also incorporate funding strategies, venture capitalists, connections, and just really trying to see how we can bring it all together. I think one of the things that startups really have challenges with that other groups of people who create startups is the access to funding and being able to, get these rounds of funding that are just like, over the $5 million, the $10 million range, which helps really set the valuation for a lot of these tech companies and kind of just gives them a really great jump start. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Yep.
Thank you. Janelle?
Yes, Dr. Nick, I appreciate the opportunity to have some comment. And Rashidi, I do think there's some synergies with the access to capital side. I believe there are also synergies with our supplier diversity workshop as well. As everyone knows, access to capital, the number 1, 2, and 3 priorities for any small business, minority, women-owned, certainly a startup. And I'm wondering if this could be a potential panel or a highlight in either the technology opportunity workshop or the larger symposium that we plan to do. I'd love to explore that offline, but I think there are synergies all around.
Can I comment?
Yes, I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Rudy. Yeah, just to add to Janelle's point, the synergies are kind of just across the board. I think there's a lot of ways that we can really coordinate. Just 2 points on that. One is it's important that we do that because I can tell you as a company where you constantly have, various demands coming at you, I understand that the Internet Association through Sean has been really helpful in working. So to the extent we can kind of like team up and really kind of, to make sure that we coordinate these efforts, that will in many ways allow him to really maximize kind of like his response, what his organization can do by kind of consolidating these related requests and demands that are being imposed upon not just his association but also his members. So that's kind of one point. The other point is from what Sean has reported to us through the supplier diversity workshop stream, when he's talked to his members, some of the members who are most interested in this collaboration are in fact some of the startups. And that ties into Dr. Wilson's presentation, where that group itself is one that we really haven't spent much time kind of looking into, both not just as potential as vendors, but also as the businesses themselves. So they really do play on both sides of the equation, and I think that actually presents itself to be a very rich sense of dialogue. And for actual businesses themselves, that really presents great opportunity because it means you're going in and you don't know whether or not that what you're coming out with is a partner who is going to help to enhance your business by providing you more business or helping you to develop your business by taking on an additional partner to offload work or to serve as a supplier. I think done right, that's a very rich space that we should really maximize, both coming at it from an intellectual information gathering standpoint that Dr. Johnson's group is working on, but also from the standpoint of the actual collaboration that we're working on through the supplier diversity coordination. So there's a lot of areas of great synergies, which means that we really need to talk outside of these periodic meetings. I know Nicole and I, we have communicated about this, and Anna has been good to making sure that we stay coordinated. But based on the discussion I'm hearing, there are so many rich potential here that we really need to take advantage of that. Thanks.
No, I agree. Thank you, Rudy, for that feedback. And now I'll just actually open it up to anybody on the call who'd like to comment on our presentation before we give back some time to the great chairwoman.
This is Marita. I just wanted to comment on Clint's comment, which I thought basically, if you haven't read last year's Diversity Committee report, Clint kind of summarized it and captured it very eloquently in his comment about the startup working group. And it's also a reason why the workforce working group thought that we would start looking at smaller and medium-sized companies as well. But Clint said that basically we need to embed diversity into these companies' culture from the beginning so that as they grow to large market cap companies, we can make gains and avert past mistakes. And I think that really captures what the committee, the foundation that the committee built on last year, and what this iteration of the ACDDE is charged with going forward. So just wanted to flag that.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else in the general committee with any questions to any of the three leaders, Rosa, Dr. Wilson, or Dr. Johnson?
This is Janelle again. Just one observation. I love the intersection between these three subgroups, and the emphasis that I hear throughout today is that COVID-19 is no reason to forget about diversity or to not make diversity a priority. It certainly is no excuse. And it's more important, if anything, than ever to emphasize diversity as a cultural, as a foundational, and as just bottom line good for the country. And if anything, Chairman Pai can speak from his bully pulpit in that diversity is not the time to relax small business or standards at the state or federal level for contracting. It certainly isn't time to discriminate or stimulus programs, but we need diversity across the board to come out of this crisis even better. So I think that's the important message from today.
Yeah, no, thank you very much on that. In fact, that was something that we talked about in our group, Janelle, and being a child prodigy of you, is where I stand today. A lot of it has to do with the fact that we're going to have a lot of challenges going forward after coming out of the pandemic, but it does not excuse people from minimizing diversity as a part of the playing field. I think Deb Elam actually talked about that too, right? This is no excuse to actually say, well, because we have limited this or that. If anything, we may actually see an economic structural buildup, right? And in that respect, we need people to be involved in that, and we need to keep people accountable to diversity and inclusion along the way.
Absolutely. I'm co-signing what you said. I said absolutely. It's we got to look at it from the standpoint of economics, and if anything, I'm looking to invest in tech companies personally because I think that's where that's where the game's going to be, given what we've seen with COVID-19. That is going to be. I mean, we've got an opportunity to really inject that we may not have even had 3 or 4 months ago.
That's right. That's right. And then I would also like to suggest to the people, like the other groups, we have done this at Brookings, where we've sort of put together a list of resources, and we shared on our last call just things that people are doing within our own group to address the COVID-19 crisis. And I don't want to put them on the spot, but I know, Chris, your group is actually doing something around that for the LGBTQ community. Am I correct, in Stanton?
Yes, we are. We're actually doing it across the country. And we first listened to LGBT centers, around 250 of them across the country, and understood what the immediate needs were. Some of them being the ability to video conference followed by HIPAA compliant conference. Even with the relaxed restrictions around HIPAA compliance, a lot of individuals, especially in the medical field, had a huge ingrained sense of commitment to their clients and ensuring that they could properly connect with them, as well as the technology needs for LGBTQ communities, especially older adults and younger LGBTQ individuals who don't have the same supportive systems. We've really identified areas where technology is needed. Buses with Wi-Fi on them are needed, or just Wi-Fi hotspots. I know that we've really been pushing out things that different companies have been doing, from Comcast to Charter. Those companies that have mobile or hotspots out there that are now open and free to users, especially for those in urban communities. And so what we've seen is a huge request for technology access and also just digital education around how to access some of these things to watch out for all ages. And so LGBT Tech has been behind that in a big way. What we're starting to see now is an extreme uptick in technology needs at a time when technology is actually scarce. For those of you that are familiar with supply lines, we've been having conversations with Dell and HP and Lenovo. A lot of them dedicated their entire stocks to school systems well before any of us knew that the entire country was going to shut down. And so during those conversations, we started figuring out where some of these technology supplies are, how quickly they're going to be reopening, and when they're going to be coming back into the U.S., because the school systems in a lot of these areas actually ended up eating up a lot of the technology, rightfully so, to make sure that their students could get online. So that's a very brief overview of everything that we've kind of seen over the last 6 weeks and things that we've been doing and working on.
So I wanted Chris to share that for one simple reason. One, because they're doing great work at LGBT Tech, but also I think it speaks to the depth of the presentation that our great subcommittee gave, which is when you have more people at the table, it actually really matters, because you actually develop programs and products and services that hit all populations. So if there are no further questions, I want to, Madam Chairwoman, give you back some time. You can see if there are more questions in our presentations, but we respectfully submit this as our work plan going forward. And thank you to our team for your advanced work in putting these together. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Anna Gomez. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Dr. Fallon and Dr. Johnson, also very much. I'm just struck by how much cross importance, I don't know if that's even a phrase, there is in this conversation, or how the subject matter runs across our different working groups, despite the fact that some of the subject matters appear to be different. And how many times we said, well, this sounds like this would be good for the Digital Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group to look at this, or our supplier diversity event should look at these issues as well. So I'm so glad we've had this very robust discussion. I was particularly struck by Dewan McCoy's example of how to be able to teach children that actually have no internet access at home, whether it's because of lack of technology or lack of connectivity, through the local broadcaster. And that seems like such an amazing example that should be amplified more as we move forward. So thank you all for your thoughtful discussion, for focusing so much on how we can address what we do in response to this pandemic, for thinking about ways for us to move forward despite these bizarre times that we're living in. I guess,
yeah.
I
think we got to approve our work plan. So before you forget, I want to make sure we approve our work plan. This is Nicole. We need to go. I just was thinking, like, okay, I don't want to make sure we also get on the record for approving the work plan.
I'm just going to leave you hanging. So, no, all right. Per Dr. Nicole Turner-Lee's motion, if there are no objections, and I will give everybody a moment to raise any objections, we will accept this working plan. So please let us know if you have any concerns. I'll give you a few, 20 seconds. Okay. The diversity in the tech sector working group work plan is hereby accepted.
Thank you.
So I feel like we've had a very good discussion about the working groups, but does anybody have comments basically from the floor, the working from the committee, any comments they would like to make now? This is our open discussion period. I feel like we've probably had our discussion. If you do, please put it in the chat, and I will call on you. Okay. I'm seeing lots of kudos. Okay, thank you, everybody. Unless anybody has something they want to say, I will open up for comments from the public. Now, my understanding, Jamila, is these comments or questions need to come via a message. Am I correct?
Yes, there was an email box, and if there are any questions from members of the public or any media outlets that might be monitoring the meeting, you can send those questions now. And I guess, Anna, at your discretion, you can give them another minute or so. But Jamil has been monitoring that throughout the entire meeting, and I think at this point she hadn't seen anything.
Hi, Anna. This is Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Hi. I just wanted to offer a couple of comments and say my thanks. I do want to thank the 3 working groups for this tremendous amount of work that they've done over the 3 months in the face of the pandemic that we all did not anticipate at the beginning of this. Like Anna, I'm also very fascinated by the synergy between the different subgroups and working groups, and look forward to being able to put those together in order to create really productive and valuable workshops and events. I think it only makes sense. And I just want to comment on the fact of, when we were talking about diversity in tech and access to capital, one of the things that I think about often is that for the past decade, we have celebrated the rise in women, and especially minority women, in becoming business owners, but we've also decried the Black or the lagging behind in access to capital. And so I think this pandemic will only magnify that. Not only that, but it also helps to increase the barriers and the challenge that they'll face in the next few months. So I think this discussion for us is very timely, and our activities are very timely. I just urge our group to keep listening because new challenges will rear their ugly heads over the next few months. So we should be open to listening to what is happening in the communities and seeing how we can incorporate that into our work plans, making sure that we are providing recommendations that are relevant to the challenges that the communities that we're seeking to offer recommendations on are served. But again, I'd like to thank Anna, FCC staff, Chairman Pai, and all the committee members for this tremendous work that you all have put together. And I look forward to continuing to work on this with you all. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Heather. I really appreciate that. And obviously the kudos goes to the working groups and to Jamil, and Julie for their help. Jamil, any comments or questions?
No, we've had nothing come in, and as Jamal said before, we hadn't had anything earlier either. So it seems that, given how informative the presentations were, perhaps that didn't leave people with any questions.
Okay, well, that sounds good. In that case, is there anything else?
I'm sorry, this is Marita. I just, since we don't have public questions, I definitely wanted to commend everyone, for all the great work that's been doing, and also to have all of us remember the reason that we wanted to be on this committee in the first place. Our lives are so busy. We're also among a very privileged group of people who can do these kinds of things and work from home. I want us to keep in mind that over 26 million people who have been laid off their jobs, not to mention the people who are casualties of the pandemic. And I just want, if we can just use this pandemic as a way to continue to inspire us and keep us focused on why we signed up for this work in the first place. I, for one, know that I can get caught up in the day-to-day, the day-to-day pandemonium of just trying to, run a small nonprofit. But I want us all to remember that we got on this committee to do something and to make some tangible, positive changes, and just, hope that we can just have this incident that's happened help us to remember why we signed up and, what kind of outcomes, that we do want some tangible outcomes from our work.
Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. This is Anna. Your words are very inspiring, and it's good to keep in mind the greater purpose of this group, especially with what's going on today. Anyone else? Well, I would say today's meeting has been...
I'm sorry, Anna, this is Nicole, real quick. I'm sorry, because I was on mute trying to jump in there. As I mentioned earlier, just from for public consumption, we at Brookings I'm just developing with my team a list of COVID-19 resources. And if anybody on the full advisory committee has something that they're doing with their organization, I know I've been watching LULAC and what they're doing, and I get all of their emails, but in the companies. But if you're doing anything, if you have a moment, if you can shoot it to me in an email, nturnerlee@brookings.edu, and I'm also on the mail list. I would love to hear about it, because we're trying to develop, as part of a project, just a broad portfolio of services that are available in the telecom and tech space, as well as broadcast. Based on what I've heard today, I think that's something I'm also going to add. So again, just wanted to put that out there.
Wonderful. One of the conversations that we had, this is Anna again, one of the conversations that we had in some of our working groups was about how there's so many great things that are happening out there, but not everybody necessarily knows about them or how to access them. So what you and others are doing in putting together these resources is helpful and important.
And Anna, this is Jamila. I just wanted to say in closing that it's been a tremendous meeting, and I hope you all are pleased with the manner in which you set the table for your individual working groups. I think you've laid out a very ambitious plan for yourselves. And so the mission of this advisory group, as has been said repeatedly throughout the day, it's very much aligned with where we find ourselves today. So we know that each of these working groups will meet the benchmarks that they've set for themselves. And Michelle has been on the meeting today, and I'm sure she's heard a lot of what you all have had to say. So on her behalf, I'd like to thank you so very much for volunteering your time to help with this important work that the Commission is trying to do. And we certainly also want to thank Chairman Pai, Commissioner Starks, and Commissioner Carr for taking time out of their busy day to come and speak to us and to support this advisory committee. And I have to name some names right now, so bear with me. I want to say huge thanks to our Media Bureau front office, Sarah Weitzel, Deputy Bureau Chief, who has looked at every single document from this advisory committee. And also to Brendan Holland, who is Chief of the Industry Analysis Division. And Brendan always gives us all of the resources that we need to do this work. Also want to thank Media Bureau staffers Kevin Green, who had the very heavy lift of handling the slide presentations for today's meeting. And just a terrific job, Kevin. Thank you so much. Also, we want to thank Vanessa LeMay, Brittany Gomes for their hard work. And a huge thanks go out to Jeff Reardon, Steve Balderson, Greg Huff of the Commission Meeting Room team, and to Ben Thompson and Peter Renee of the WebEx team. And we certainly couldn't have conducted this virtual meeting without these folks. And lastly, big kudos to Julie Saulnier and Jamil Kadre, our Deputy Designated Federal Officers. Very, very well done. And lastly, we want to thank our Chair, Anna Gomez, and our Vice Chair, Heather Gate, who have attended so many meetings and looked at every document and provided feedback and insights. And so we think the reports delivered today are certainly a reflection of their steady leadership. So we want to thank you, Anna and Heather. We couldn't have done this work without you. Thanks, Anna.
Oops, just realized I was muted. Sorry. This is Anna. Thank you, Jamila. I agree with you on everything you said. Thank you to the entire team. It was so impressive with how you were able to pull off this meeting and how well it went so seamlessly. And I know a lot went on behind the scenes to make sure that we could get this done. And I've said already thank you to the working groups, but I can't say it enough. Without you, the committee would have no work product. So thank you. And if that is it, then I will say I will look forward to continuing to work with all of the working groups as we get these work plans put in place and completed and reach the goal of each of the working groups. Our next meeting is scheduled for September 18th. So I hope you have that on your calendars. And I think that is it. Does somebody want to give me a motion to adjourn?
Maria, I'll give you a motion. Oh, this is Caroline. I'll second.
All right. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.